Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am, and everyone.
Good morning, sir. Sir, we are waiting for the session. We'll begin the session in 5 minutes. Sir is going to join us.
Okay, ma'am, definitely.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Very good morning. Very good morning, all of you.
Good morning. Good morning, Professor Krishnamohan garu.
Namaste.
Sir, now I request our principal, sir.
Good morning. We look forward for revolutionary in pharmaceutical marketing.
మా వాయిస్ బ్రేక్ అవుతుందమ్మా.
Sir. Technical team, kindly.
చూడండి.
Yes, ma'am. Now you can, ma'am. Over to you.
Sir, principal garu, please. Krishnamohan sir, kindly be in mute for 1 minute.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, principal sir.
Is it clear now?
Yes, sir, please.
Krishnamohan garu, good morning, sir. Krishnamohan garu, good morning. Is it audible?
Sir, you are audible. Please go ahead.
You are audible. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. We are very happy to see you this morning as part of our ATAL program. Marketing strategies. In fact, I tell you, we have in B Pharmacy a course called Industrial Management and Industrial and Marketing Management, which used to be taught by professors from Commerce and Management Studies, and this adds a new dimension to the pharmacy curriculum. As you know, our vision is to create new frontiers of knowledge, and this is a part of that use of IoT in the pharmaceutical marketing strategies. We are very grateful to you for sparing your valuable time today, this morning with us. Without taking much of your time, I give it to Dr. Pawar to go ahead with further proceedings. Madam
Thank you,
Pawar.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, kindly mute yourself. Principal, sir. Thank you, sir. A very good morning to all the delegates and all the dignitaries. A warm welcome to you all for the first session of fourth day online faculty development program, Internet of Things, Revolutionary Impact on Pharmaceutical Education and Industry, 21st to 25th September 2021, sponsored by AICTE ATAL Academy. And I thank ATAL Academy on behalf of me and on behalf of my institution for sponsoring such a very good program. I am privileged to introduce the esteemed teacher and dynamic administrator of our university, Professor Krishna Mohanji, Registrar, Andhra University. Sir is a professor in the Department of Commerce and Management Studies, Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, having a total experience of more than 30 years. Sir teaches marketing core and specialization papers to MBA, MCom students. He got master's degree in both commerce and management in MCom and MBA and PhD in marketing management from Andhra University. Sir bagged an intensive faculty development program for 1 year from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, 1989 to 1990. His credentials include 8 books in marketing, contributed several chapters to MBA distance education courses at Andhra University. Sir got 64 research papers and guided 40 research scholars, leading to award the PhD. And Sir has organized 16 national level seminars, 3 workshops, and 20 training programs. Sir got 2 Best Research Award for his research papers, 1 each at national and international level. Sir is serving as a member in several university boards of studies and many professional bodies. Sir nurtured MBA Retail Management course at DCMS of Andhra University with a tie-up of leading retailing organizations in India. Sir served as Deputy Coordinator of Special Assistance Program, SAP, Phase 3 during the period 1999 to 2004, UGC Delhi. Sir was Placement Coordinator in DCMS Andhra University during 2004 to 8. Served as member of Central Purchase Committee of AU for 4 years. Served as Joint Director of MBA Distance Education Program offered by Andhra University during 2002 to 2005. Professor V. Krishna Mohanji served as Registrar of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Srikakulam on deputation for 6.5 years from the September 2009 to March 2016. Sir has got State Best Teacher Award on September 5th, 2011 from the Government of Andhra Pradesh for his excellence in teaching and research. At present, Sir is holding office as Registrar, Andhra University from 2019. Let me tell you, my dear participants, it is a golden opportunity for all of us to imbibe the knowledge shared by the distinguished personality. I now welcome our Registrar Sir, Professor V. Krishna Mohan Garu, to enlighten our participants on impact of IoT on pharmaceutical marketing strategies. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's a very good morning to all of you. Greetings from Andhra University. As a registrar, it is my primary duty to welcome all of you this day. I believe tomorrow is going to be concluding day, right? By this time, you are already, interacted with many luminaries in your own field, and most of the participants will be wondering, hopefully, how an MBA professor can be roped into pharmaceuticals, ATAL FDP. But in the introduction, the principal, Professor Rajendra Prasad, has mentioned, always pharmaceutical discipline is an interdisciplinary mode. Right from beginning, DCMS is helping College of Pharmacy in offering commerce and related subjects as a part of, B Farm or M Farm, and it is a privilege to the Department of Commerce to interact with professional students, especially in pharmaceuticals. That could be the reason why I am chosen to deliver today. See, on one side, what is the influence of IoT on pharmaceutical marketing strategies? Not just marketing strategies pertaining to pharmaceuticals. At the outset, let me thank Dr. Krishna Manjari for nice introductions he gave about me, all those compliments about me, although I don't know whether I really deserve them, but definitely I try my level best to, impress upon you on the topic given to me, pharmaceuticals marketing strategy, especially from the dimension of IoT and its impact on reorienting all of our marketing strategies in today's context. The first part is theoretical, and I know most of you are fully aware what is a marketing strategy, how are marketing strategies prepared, what are the components. It is only to refresh some of those, who wanted to know the basics, so that what is the impact of IoT on formulating these marketing strategies, how there is a paradigm shift, how these shifts are throwing open challenges, not only nationally, even internationally and globally. Today, we are all networked in a globalized world. We are all living at a very rapid speed. Everything is happening and occurring. The change is inevitable function. And how are you going to cope up with change? Challenges of change. Prepare ourselves proactively for the future changes and challenges. Definitely is going to be the topic of the day. And very quickly, to give you an understanding of the marketing strategies in pharma industry, and what are the different terminologies of drugs do we use, what are the general marketing strategies that you are fully aware, what are those decision areas, and what strategies they are meant for market leaders, and strategies for new and switched pharmaceutical products, marketing strategies and product life cycle analysis. If you think that everything is concerned in pharmaceuticals, especially the product life cycle has to be looked at in formulating strategies, because of the growing competition, alternative drugs every day invented, alternative, creative ideas that are going to reshape the pharma industry, and what are the common marketing mix of pharmaceutical products, and what are pricing strategies that can be adopted by pharma industry. And pharma industry is synonymous with, market promotion strategies, especially sales promotion, advertising, how this is also influenced by IoT is going to be the, coverage of today's class. See, given the opportunity, you are all going to, accept that the terminologies that are included in pharmaceutical industry, especially from medicine point of view, general medicines, which are identified by a descriptive or official name as opposite to branded medicines. These are called generic medicines. Contrary to it, there are branded medicines, medicines that are identified by a trade name, and patented medicines, medicines whose sale is protected by patent rights. And we also come across over-the-counter medicines and medicines used for self-medication and sold without a doctor's prescription are known as over-the-counter medicines. And also prescription medicines, medicines that may only be supplied to the public on prescription. These are called prescribed drugs. A brief introduction about pharmaceutical marketing, sometimes also called as medico marketing, pharma marketing in some countries, is the business of advertising or otherwise promoting the sale of pharmaceutical drugs. So the pharmaceutical marketing is based on below the line marketing strategy, where they are not focusing on direct user. Instead, they target the doctors. As all of you know, it is the doctor who prescribes the medicine to a patient. Therefore, the primary target market in pharmaceutical industry is always the doctor. Generally, the healthcare companies use following tools for their marketing strategy. Normally, they distribute product samples, and they will supply scientific data to the doctor with product literature. And also, incidentally, they give product related giveaways, so that the company brand name, the company logo, if you visit any doctor in any field, normally you see on their table all giveaways given by pharma industry with their logo and a company name printed. So all of you are fully aware that marketing is the activity, set of institutions and processes for creating, communicating, delivering, and exchanging offerings that have value for customers, clients, and partners, and society at large. That is the contribution of modern marketing. Marketing should invariably look at all these stakeholders and dimensions. When it comes to strategy, as all of you know, strategy is a generically used terminology. It means by which objective we are consciously and systematically pursue our goals over a defined time frame, right? Always strategy is in relation to competition in the market, to win over the competition, to win over the competitor. In pharma marketing, you come across chain of product market or pharma market. What is the product chain? The product chain starts from selection of molecules and ends in hands of a patient. This chain is somehow intensive, as it starts from the selection of molecules. Then molecules are critically screened. After the screening of molecules, the source of raw material is identified. Then the pilot batch of manufacturing process starts at this stage. Pricing strategies and clinical trials are worked out. Once the pilot batch is manufactured, then it starts with the commercialization of product. After commercialization of product goes to the distribution house, then it reaches the retailer. This is the backdrop. After patient's diagnosis by a doctor, patient purchases that product from the retailer through a doctor prescription. Then what is prescription chain? This process starts by knowledge given to a doctor by a pharma company. All medical representatives, they give the material in various ways, such as through in clinical promotional activities and out clinical promotional efforts. Then the doctor, if satisfied, normally prescribes the medicine to a patient, and the patient purchases the product. Both the product chain and prescription chain are linked to the core of marketing objective. This is what I wanted to tell you. See, what are the general marketing strategies that we come across is the second component of the introduction. There are many different general marketing strategies we come across in pharma industry, though most can be viewed as falling into one of the following categories. Number one, always marketing strategy is meant for market expansion. How do we sell more and more? How do we increase our sale and scope? Thereby, we achieve market share growth. Every company wanted organic growth. How do we satisfy that organic growth? It is only through, again, increase in sales volume. Then some companies wanted to establish in their own niche markets, very specialized markets. As all of you know, there are companies which are specialist drugs manufacturing companies. They wanted to, specialize in those areas, and by serving those niche market area, they make their both ends meet. Then the fourth important strategy is status quo. In order to maintain where we are, what we are in the near future, and all such preparations are made, all such strategies are done. This is known as niche market, status quo. Then last but not the least, in the strategies, you also come across market exit. How do we enter? How do we exit is also an important consideration. These are the 5 alternative strategies. One need to discuss how IoT has brought revolutionary changes, both in formulation, implementation of these strategies. Towards the end, we are going to discuss. But general marketing strategies I explained. One is market expansion. This strategy always looks to grow overall sales in one of the 2 ways. Grow sales in existing products. With this approach, the marketer seeks to actively increase the overall sales of product the company currently marketing. This can be accomplished by getting existing customer to buy more, getting potential customer to buy who is yet to buy, or selling current products in new markets. This is one approach. Otherwise, alternatively, you can also grow sales with new products. With this approach, the marketer seeks to achieve objectives through the introduction of new products. This can be accomplished by introducing updated versions or refinements to the existing products, introducing products that are extensions or current products, or introducing new products not previously marketed. So market share growth as a second alternative is a strategy that looks to increase market's overall percentage of share market. In many cases, this can only be accomplished by taking sales away from competitors. That is how every strategy is meant for trying to grab the market from our competitors, win over our competitors. Consequently, this strategy often relies on aggressive marketing tactics, either by reduction of price or increase in penetration or increase in sales promotional activity, so on. And the niche market, as I said, is a strategy that looks to obtain, commanding position within a certain segment of the overall market. Usually, the niche market is much smaller in terms of total customers and sales volume than the overall market. Ideally, this strategy looks to have the product viewed as being different from companies, targeting the larger market. They are not interested in the mass market. They are interested only niche markets, small segments of the market which are profitable. So status quo is the strategy, as I said, looks to maintain the marketer's current position in the market, such as maintaining the same level of market share. Whereas market exit, which is the last but not the least important strategy, looks to remove the product from the organization's product mix. Because of the product life cycle, an alternative better drug is invented. So you are not reporting any sales volume. Maintaining that product in your product portfolio is going to become, uneconomical, not advisable. So you need to, make exit of such product from the market. This can be normally accomplished by selling the product to another organization where this drug is not available. Most of the drugs that are discarded in India probably can be, made available in, less, developed countries, African markets, etc. That is how whatever drugs that are not available, that are not used, that reach the saturation stage in Europe, they are all exported to India, is a criticism that European companies are facing. Or you can eliminate the product, right? Now, if these are the market strategies, 5 different types of strategies, what are the decision areas you come across? These are used to achieve the general marketing strategies by guiding the decisions within important marketing areas like, marketing is synonymous with 4 P's: product, pricing, distribution, promotion, and aimed at satisfying the needs of the target marketing. For example, general marketing strategy that centers on entering a new market with a new product may be supported by decision area strategies that include target market strategy. What is our target market? To whom are we aiming at? Precisely, you need to define. This is called target market strategy. Then product strategy. Which product? At what price? How much quantity? These are all how many brands? Whether it is unique branding, umbrella branding, all these are product strategies. Then pricing strategy. Pricing at what price? Is it affordable price? At what pricing strategy? When there are so many alternative methods of pricing strategies, which pricing strategy, which pricing method we are going to rely upon. Similarly, distribution strategy. How are we going to handle the logistics, supply chain, and finally the market promotion. Promotion strategy covering person selling, sales promotion, deals, etc. So, as I explained, target market strategy is the beginning. And once target market strategy is done, product strategy, pricing strategy, distribution strategy, promoting strategy. See, again, if anybody asks how these strategies are relevant in the industry, these strategies are not at all relevant evenly, equally to all pharmaceutical companies. If you look at the structure of pharmaceutical industry, there are market leaders. The strategies for market leaders are totally different. Strategies for market followers are different. Strategies for market challengers are different. Strategies for launching a new product is different. So the organization objectives and resources, managerial attitude to risk, the structure of the market, the competitor strategies are very importantly the organization position in the market, the significance of market position, and it's often very directly influence upon strategy. If you look at market leader strategy, in majority of the pharmaceutical companies, there is one firm that is generally recognized to be the leader. As all of you know, in pharma industry, for each drug, there is a leader. It typically has the largest market share, and by virtue of pricing, advertising intensity, distribution coverage, technological advancement, rate of new product introduction by the same company is going to determine the nature, pace, and the base of competition. It is this dominance that typically provides the benchmark for other companies in the industry. Therefore, this company is recognized as market leader. Then market challengers or market followers. Normally, firms with slightly smaller market share can adopt any one of these two stances, like whether you can challenge market leader or you can follow the market leader. They may choose to adopt an aggressive stance and attack other firms, including the market leader, in an attempt to gain market share and perhaps dominance. Market challengers, or they may adopt a less aggressive stance in order to maintain the status quo, which is known as market followers. Then I explained to you market niches. Virtually every industry has a series of small firms that survive and indeed often prosper by choosing to specialize in parts of the market that are too limited in size and potential to be of real interest to larger firms. And market challenges and followers and market niches, I explained. Then what are the strategies for market leaders?
Sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Please tell me your email ID.
Sir, akmpawar
AK, akmpower@andhrauniversity.edu.in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just now I am sharing.
Sure, sir.
Share చేశాను. Meanwhile, I continue, right?
Sure, sir. Please go ahead.
So, status quo and finally the market exit. This strategy looks to remove the product from organization's product mix. This can be accomplished by selling product to another organization and eliminating the product. So what are the decision areas? I said in the beginning: target marketing strategy, product strategy, pricing strategy, distribution strategy. These are the decision area strategies. And I also explained to you strategies for market leaders, strategies for market challengers, and the strategies for new and switched pharmaceutical products. Probably go to slide number 17. Yes. 17, 18, 19, I already covered. 19. Slide number 19, please.
Sir, we are doing, sir.
Yeah. Slide number 19. Move. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Screen, full screen పెట్టండి.
Technical team, kindly respond.
Keep it full screen. Anyhow, see, strategies for new or switched pharmaceutical products, low price strategy. You keep initially price low, try to penetrate through sales. You are going to build brand and also face competition. This is how is marketing strategy for new or switched pharmaceutical products. Then you have an alternative strategy called diverse strategy. This strategy involves cutting off all promotional research expenses. Once the brand faces direct competition from Revital and redirecting the savings towards brand that are still enjoying the patent protection. Sometimes this is also known as milking strategy. Actually involves price increases to take advantage of the higher brand equity of the brand among the smaller segment of hardcore loyal customers. This is called diverse strategy. Then you have innovation strategy. Something new when you invent a new product. You are going to, introduce that product. And these innovative products normally when they launch in the market command a premium price until an alternative brand is evolved. So strategies for new and switched pharmaceutical products: invest in generics. See, normally pharmaceutical companies can try to fight at both ends of the market by introducing their own generic products. This will reduce the profitability of generic makers and may discourage them from entering the category. So marketing strategies through product life cycle. This is what I said. Normally, whatever strategies that you prepare based on PLC. PLC consists of 5 main aspects: product development, product introduction, growth of sales, maturity of sales volume. Then when sales start decline, how are you going to manage and make? These are the strategies that one need to know. The strategy that we introduce at introduction stage is different, growth stage is different, and maturity stage is different, and declining stage is different. Now, normally the sources of information on product life cycle, when engaging in a PLC analysis, a researcher may benefit using some of the following resources like annual reports of the company in terms of sales volume, academic and commercial marketing journals, and news reports on the internet and product reports. As I said, marketing mix of pharmaceutical products. There are 4 P's, and I need not explain. These are so foundation level, concepts that all those strategies relating to product, like which health needs we are addressing, wants, what does a customer have, which features will meet the need, how will and where will the product be used, form of delivery, name of the product, brand, differentiation versus competitors, what is our USP, all these are product strategies. When it comes to pricing, what pricing? Definitely pricing is a sensitive phenomenon, as generic drugs are available at a low price, and a competition on the other hand is making companies reduce their cost on products without hindering the quality of a product. What type of pricing is going to produce adequate sales and coverage of our operating costs, and also generate certain amount of margin surplus, so that the profit at the end, or the residuary amount which is recognized as surplus or a profit, in order to cover ROI, return on investment, can be made possible through these pricing strategies on the basis of cost on one side and the competition on the other side. I gave product pricing strategies, different types. Theoretically they are useful. And also the place strategies. What is a place strategy? In strategy, distribution channel plays an important role in implementation of marketing strategy. Distribution plans and policies, normally they address themselves issues such as channels of distribution that we are using, transportation modes, transportation media, logistics, inventory and storage management, market coverage. The use of distribution plans and policies in marketing functions as well as strategy implementation can be considered as place strategy. It is usually understood that success of market-oriented strategies in this competitive environment largely depends on efficiency and effectiveness of distribution system. Then market promotion strategies. In promotion strategy, normally intended to convey company products so as to build image to the prospective buyer, and also the intermediary who is doctor and distributors, wholesalers, etc. And of course, there are 12 different communication tools, especially used in pharmaceutical communication mix: advertising, person selling, sales promotion, publicity, direct marketing, sponsorship, exhibitions, word of mouth, merchandising, internet, and point of purchase. I gave a list of promotion tools on slide number 35, which you can go through leisurely. And when we use advertising and promotion strategies together, normally the drug marketers work hard to persuade doctors to prescribe their branded drug over generics and other competitors, and to change other medical practitioners that limit company profits.
Sir, I request your instruction. Sir, I request your instruction to change the slide, please.
Yeah. Then you go to slide number 42, internet promotion. This is where I think probably changes that are happening in the field of IoT, we can discuss from here. This is all theoretical backdrop. What is pharmaceutical marketing strategy, and how the second part is to explain IoT, Internet of Things. They have changed, revolutionized, and altogether different models, processes. They are going, see, in a big way, they influenced the very, formulation of strategies, which we discussed, conventional strategies, hitherto, prior to invention of these IoT, how was marketing is only the coverage, so that, how today's internet, today's Wi-Fi, today's digital technology has changed the very, pharmaceutical market. The dynamic forces that are operating on pharmaceutical marketing can be discussed now in the second part. See, the development of WWW, World Wide Web, it has changed the business environment forever, and dot-com companies, fever has taken the industry and stock markets by storm. See, today we see the e-commerce revolution, which promises to deliver a more efficient way of conducting business. The pharmaceutical companies are exploring online marketing as an alternative way to reach physicians. Emerging E-promotional activities include live video detailing, online e-clients, electronic sampling, and physician customer service. All these activities are done on internet. See, internet is promoting today the pharmaceutical business. See, today we come across mobile apps also. Suppose big pharma companies through their distributors, they are creating mobile apps so that on a mobile app itself, if you order drugs, they are delivered at a doorstep. Home delivery is possible. Apart from 20% discount, this is what we see in today's mobile app. So there is a enormous growth in number of Apple and Android devices, which has extended the potential reach of these apps, and companies have responded by diversifying their output as well as adherence, diary, and text-based education apps. Pharmaceutical companies can aid their customers in many ways by developing business to customer model mobile application. The features such as push notification help remind you to take your medicine. That is how constantly once you buy online, you will be receiving lot of advertisements, messages, reminders. When I bought medicine to my wife every month from uh, Apollo Pharmacy, they took one time the telephone number and they enabled us in sending repeated messages. Madam, you took, you bought medicines on such and such a days for 30 days. Today is 29th day, 2 more days to go. If you order online, we will be delivering at home, at the discounted price. See, wonderful reminder and also convenience of delivering at home. This is all made possible in delivery systems. Therefore, the mobile apps, they have enhanced the, trapping of market demand, not to lose the existing customer. So features such as push notifications, suppose any points are given, you are entitled to this gift or huge discount, or in lieu of these points, you can buy medicines. All such promotions are also done. And customers can look up side effects to their medicine if they can't reach their, doctor, or if they have a quick question, they may also take opinion from, pharma companies. And today, if you look at innovations in pharmaceutical industry, see, all of you, what is innovation, how these innovations are ruling the market today by those companies. Today, what we hear because of the availability of technology and especially the internet source, you are able to print, 3D printing. You must have heard about what is 3D printing of drugs, three-dimensional printing of drugs, which uses computer-aided design to manufacturing individualized pharmaceutical drug products. See, this is approved, especially in epilepsy medicine called Spiritom, introduced by Aprecia of pharmaceutical company. Technology is inkjet-based fabrication, direct write, and jeep dose, thermal inkjet printing, and stereolithography, SLA, popularly known as fused deposit modeling, known as FDM. So these are all, latest innovations that are happening. And jeep dose technique is another innovation. And there is a slide, slide number 47, that explains how this jeep dose technique is used. How does it work? Then what is the purpose of 3D printing of pharmaceuticals? It is to develop medication with controlled release of drugs and fixed dose of combinations. 3D bioprinted human models, tissues, or organs are being used in oncology therapy to develop newer anti-cancer drugs. Use of these models would help formulate anti-cancer drugs quickly. Advantages are small batches can be manufactured with higher levels of customization. Hospitals could manufacture small batches on demand, eliminating the need to maintain an extensive inventory of generic formulations. There is a need to provide extended shelf life for a product. So also, M-Health sensors are invented. M-Health sensors are used in practice of medicine supported by mobile devices. It can be monitored with the health and physiological data without visiting doctor. Patient compliance is more. world's first virtual care center, Mercy Virtual Center in USA, can be made an example of M-Health sensors. There are different types of, these sensors. What are their uses? What are their advantages? They are given in slide number 50. You may go through quickly. There are wearable sensors, wireless sensor networks, e-health, W-band. There are users like pulse rate check, detection of diseases, monitoring, fitness check, connect with patients, complete records, immediate updates are the advantages. Little more advanced is organ on chip technology. It developed organ on chip technology, which has created a new living system that emulates a human biology. It has been done to understand diseases, medicines, and food how affect the human health. The main motive is to develop this technology to provide more predictive and useful measures of safety and efficacy of a new drug or a drug combination, and also to reduce use of animals and human in testing. Company has developed working models, on liver, lung, intestine, and brain. Transient polymer chip models about the size of an AA battery could provide drug candidate safety data with greater speed and accuracy. These are all practical examples which I gave. And if you look at slide number 53, design of different organ chips which are implanted to keep a visual over patient health, and also alert at appropriate time to the physician as well as to the patient is order of the day. This is human on a chip on different organs, which you can see on slide number 53. Then you have malacidins, and a new class of antibiotic discovered in Rockefeller University in New York. It used DNA information that encodes production of antibiotic in daptomycin, active against multi-drug resistant pathogens. These are all advancements because of the technology that is available. This is another very advanced culture independent strategy, culture basis. Yes, all of the culture independent strategy is to more specific to the disease, more specific to the region, more specific to the patient. And there is True Medicine drug and pill packet tracking app is also there. This is what is pattern image recognition. True Medicines uses advanced image edge neural network processing to identify billions of registered pill images. It is a method protected by US and international patents, and there is an FDA guidance on True Medicine, and you have high-speed cameras to verify quality of pills and capsules in 2500 degree photos and 2000 slash per minute, 100% inspection images to upload to the cloud database so that it can be verified from any location, anywhere by the company. Then opioid treatment tracking, deep will open source API. These are all inventions because of the technological advancement. And you can also see how tracking of billions of pills or pill packets instantly using GPS. GPS technology, where a vehicle is, where a person is, it can be done. Geographical positioning system is a technology. It helps to recall product within 24 hours, and whatever pack in which it is kept, combined power of machine learning image, also recognition can be done through this GPS tracking. And at the same time, the pharma industry is also facing a lot of challenges. There are counterfeits because of the supply chain issues in the emerging markets, which cannot be compromised. In fact, when we say marketing strategy is more than technology, more than anything, it is the brand power. How you are going to project quality and safety. So, big pharma capitalize on its reputational power. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
You are audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because there is some technical issue. Power is off. Huh? So
Yes, sir.
again, uh, you have weakening patent protection challenges the companies are facing is also addressed with the technology where this patent is misused and how much is produced, what is produced, everything today is connected over net. And in respect of the generic manufacturers, and especially the challenges that we face in developing countries, they are totally different. And there are various steps of analysis. These are all done today with the help of IoT. Health data monitoring in remote location is also done. These are the challenges. What is the stock available if it is life-saving drug over the world network can also be seen. And today we are able to organize virtual meetings, and communication is happening between doctors and patients. I have seen in COVID-19, patients, a lot of counselors, they have done only on telephone or on, internet or live, streaming. This is how a patient without, touching doctor, without seeing doctor, without reaching in the physical ambience, a doctor is treating a COVID-19 affected patients in a large number is an evidence that how the technology has enabled, technology has helped, and analysis of data retrieved and control is also important. Following up the report attained on sales, etc., can also be taken. If you look at slide number 64, you can see this picture tells 1,000 words. How technology is leapfrogging in the norm is the norm, right? Can you see the slide 64? So my sincere advice to all of you, never stop learning because life never stop teaching, right? Thank you. And now I wanted to, give certain guidelines, certain points which are meant for discussion. And as I said, IoT, IoT is the system of interconnected devices, operations complied with all the network elements such as hardware, software, etc. Today, outsourcing is not new. Medical transcription, doctors, located at a distant countries, they are also doing, operations. These are all advancements because of the technology support, internet support, Wi-Fi support. Without connectivity also through Bluetooth, you are able to generate reports. Can you imagine? These days, physical reports are not delivered. If you go to clinical tests, all these tests are delivered on your mobile app, right? So outsourcing is not new, but this is different in pharma. See, emergence of new technology, as all of you know, is a great engine of change. The privatization, digitalization, internet has revolutionized undoubtedly the basic paradigms of pharmaceutical marketing in terms of product strategies, pricing strategies, market promotion strategies, and also delivery strategies, supply chain management, and logistics management, which is very, very important. This is how, if you look at the recent example of how the vaccine to prevent COVID disease is transported in safe mode to reach destinations within a time span with GPS is a wonderful contribution that one can, really, learn how technology is enabled. Technology is driving pharma industry towards improvement of the basic principles of, healthcare industry, especially the pharma industry, in terms of production, delivery in every area of the world, not one country, because of these diseases which are creating pandemic situations. All of you can see how the medical companies rose to the occasion and delivered the vaccination in no time. And the clinical trials are also guided. Clinical trials are also guided by IoT, information technology and digital technology. If you look at what are the emerging markets, the emerging markets are so much diverse. Healthcare systems are diverse. There are fragmented markets. And again, there are so many doubts in COVID-19 virus. It took, different types, and there are changes in the basic virus. As a result, the medicine or the drug that is used in one part of the region within the country may not be efficient. Similarly, in one country, how we diagnosed, what treatment we have given is totally different from rest of the world. That is where I think each market, because of the regional differences, because of the cultural differences, because of the racial differences, because of the immunity variation, can be considered as fragmented market. And also, the drug industry or the pharma industry is facing heavy regulatory systems. See, now we are in dilemma whether Covaxin or Covishield, which vaccine is good. If 2 doses executed on a patient, whether third dose is necessary, and what are those countries which are accepting Covishield, Covaxin. There is a lot of complexity in the regulatory system. Now, of course, government of India is negotiating with several other countries, and still, what they say, Covishield is accepted because it is invented in a European region, and on this basis of technology transfer, it is produced in used in India. Therefore, it is acceptable internationally. Whereas Covaxin is still under trials to accept. These are complex regulatory systems. There are cultural and language barriers, especially when pharma industry, wherever there is a disease, this should be made available. But because of the cultural and language barriers, you are not able to sell highly standardized products in certain countries because of the strict regulations and increased competition. You can see in pharma companies. Once upon a time, pharma companies used to believe that the competition is very local, not globalized. Today, global level companies, they are coming to remote locations and competing with local companies. As a result, the very competition, the paradigm of competition is totally redefined. And now think global, even to act local, is the concept of the day. And similarly, from country to country, although we have spoken so much about the advancements in the area of both drug invention, drug delivery models, and also disease diagnosis, etc. But the infrastructure which is available from country to country is highly varied. Infrastructure is not uniform. Infrastructure is not world class available in every hospital or with every doctor. Even doctors who are trained, hands-on experience is also varied, and the dynamic situation should be understood in pharma industry. Pharma industry is not static. It is so much dynamic that regulators and technological changes, they occur daily. Every day there are changes, and every day we experience different challenges altogether. Somebody is asking a question that how pharma marketing is different, and what are the challenges that we come across in pharma marketing. See, the question is how pharma marketing strategies are different from consumer marketing strategies. This is the question somebody raised. First of all, in normal marketing strategy, who is your customer? Customer is always the individual who is directly accessed through various means. The target market is always the consumer, and reaching consumer and convincing consumer directly is the objective of marketing program of all other companies. Whereas in pharma companies, what is important is you are not directly selling this drug to patient who is your customer. Although patient is the ultimate consumer, whom we should address? We should address either the doctors who are going to prescribe the medicine, or the hospitals which are going to suggest drugs and make these drugs available, and also importance of the supply chain, wholesale system, distributors, drug pharma distributors and dealers. They also play an important role in promoting or not promoting a particular drug. There are case studies which we do, normally in MBA program, how distribution is in the hands of those strong pharmaceutical distributors in India till recently. This is how today's technology enabled channels of distribution. They made job much easier to companies, and the monarchism, the monopoly of those pharmaceutical distribution, distribution can never be, understood in earlier occasions. But today, you are shooting emails, you are sending, doctors all that product information prior in advance. Then physical samples are also delivered online to the doorstep of the doctor. Earlier, these medical representatives in large number companies used to appoint, train them, and take appointments from these doctors and reach their destinations and wait for longer hours, explain. Therefore, the missionary salespeople used to be there in large number. But gradually what happened, the companies which are resorting to internet marketing, B2C on, better e-commerce. There are many medical companies which are keeping, websites, registration, sale, delivery at a discounted price directly if they are over the counter drugs. But if they are prescribed drugs also, if you upload prescription, arrangements are made by these companies to deliver these drugs in no time. Very similar, I have seen in the recent past, today, the network of pharmaceutical companies is such, if one particular product is required in India, from Singapore, an injection is delivered in less than 3 days' time because of the, air connectivity and logistic facility, transportation facility. If this medicine or the injection which is to be supplied at a particular temperature, special arrangements are made, special consignment deliveries are done. You have, such arrangements for faster delivery of these drugs in order to save the patient. Such systems were not there in earlier times. But today, because of the internet technology, internet ordering, and because of the IoT, you are able to do it. Connectivity, where supplies are, how much quantity available across the world is made possible. And with reference to somebody is asking, how do you promote, what are these, market promotion strategies that one can employ in pharma industry? I received a typed message, sales promotion in pharma company, because you deal with doctors who are professionals, whose time is very busy. Normally, they give 2 minutes to 5 minutes appointment to these sales representatives after long hours of waiting at their clinics. Given the opportunity in 2 times, what presentation is done, very quickly, orally, impressively by these, sales people, along with, free sample distribution and also free gifts. Now and then I hear here and there that these doctors' weekend is completely arranged by these medical companies, pharma companies, and also, a lot of valuable gifts they are going to provide. so as to recommend their drugs. This is the penetration strategy. This is the promotion strategy. And whether it is ethical or unethical, if you keep aside, but in the market, this is happening. And most of the drugs prescribed by these doctors, because of the company brand name, because of these incentives provided, and the discounts provided, and the compliments provided, and the sponsorship programs organized, right? And digital marketing, somebody is asking a question, how digital marketing is relevant in pharma industry. What is digital marketing? First, digitalization of your patients. As I said in the beginning, when I bought one drug from one particular retail store, he digitalized information, and based on that information, customer relationship management is done from physical to electronically managed. You have database. This is branch of big data and its analytics. Today, you see business analytics as a subject evolving, and it is because of digitalization we are able to, trap the customer. Doctors database throughout the world, who are the top 10 doctors in oncology, is readily available. What are the drugs they are prescribing? Information is available. There are third-party agencies which are documenting such a very, very classified information in each of the country, in each of the region, in each of the culture, for each of the disease. Topmost doctors in the world, topmost doctors in India, they are exchanging that information and trying to convince, if this is a drug that is used in American hospital, in all premier corporate hospitals in India, such drugs are normally used. That is how the treatment runs into lakhs and crores. This is what I have noticed. And what they say, we are not using in the local drugs, generic drugs. We are very specific brand choice. And these are, drugs that are available against the European norms, standards, the benchmarking. Therefore, the cost is there. I heard and read also, APJ Abdul Kalam, late president of India, he wanted to, invent a stent that is going to replace an imported stent. If imported stent is costing 1 lakh, he made a stent manufactured by DRDO when he was there as a scientist in DRDO to the tune of 25,000 only. Until such time, every doctor was obviously using only imported stents. But now a patient is given an option. Suppose you want indigenously manufactured, which is very similar, for 25,000. It is a question of affordability. If middle income is unable to spend, 1 lakh plus operation charges, everything is coming to 6 lakhs. Therefore, if Indian stent is made, straight 75,000 is available. So that is how such indigenization, without compromising on quality standards, definitely is going to create altogether a different market segment to those who cannot afford. Such alternative is always available. That is how, if you are capable of, not only the drugs, there are people who are going to America only for heart surgery. Why? Many, people from Middle East, they are coming to India to get their healthcare checked, and also serious ailments treated in India, in different countries. This is called medical tourism. Is also a reality now. People coming from, curing their diseases. Now, when India is able to do it, why the Indians, they do not keep faith on Indian, doctors, Indian hospitals, and going abroad, spending, 20 times higher than the Indian medical expenses. What I am told, in Europe, operation cost is more or less similar, but post-operative care is very expensive in European hospitals. But whereas in India, at 1/10 price of, European hospital medical post-discharge or, post-operative care, so much, price variation is existing. Therefore, you have, alternative comparisons made. A patient is given an option, and which is the best hospital for heart care. Again, a patient is driven by information, voluminous information, reliable information, information endorsed by the previous patients who has gone to that hospital. All such, feedback is mandatory, in digital marketing. What is digital marketing? Marketing everything, including all services, digitally accessing the customer and creating demand for your product or service so that the transactions are going to occur only online. This is what is known as digital marketing. Any other questions?
Sir, there are few questions in the chat box.
Chat box. Okay, I'll see. I'll check. Krishnamanjari, can you read
Yes, sir.
so that others can also listen to it?
Yes, sir. From Dr. David, alternative products with par excellent quality, alternative technologies is very much needed during this pandemic, like stunt made by APJ Abdul Kalam ji, Covaxin made by Bharat Biotech, fully indigenized, more effective and efficient. I think it is a comment, sir.
Very good comment. In fact, this is the reason why don't think that India is, having a dearth of scientific knowledge. See, the Indian scientists are also equally good. They are able to invent. That is how, the Indian stent, which is fixed to an Indian under Indian conditions by Indian doctors, in fact, is proved to be much more effective than an imported stent. And also, the warranty period is also given to those stents. Anything happens, probably in less than 3 months, free of cost, those hospitals are replacing. Right?
Sir, one of our student here established a stent manufacturing unit at Mysore and doing very well.
Yeah.
Mr. Badri Narayana, Madam Badri Narayana, our senior at Kakatiya University, and later he did M.Com here. So that was a really successful story. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Somebody is asking, what is this argon on chip technology? Right?
Yes, sir.
Argon on chip technology is the most advanced and scientific method of keeping, track on customer a particular organ, whether it is a heart or whether it is, kidney, how are they functioning, liver, it is to emulate, developed organ on chip technology, which has created a new living system that emulates a human biology. It's called organ on chip technology. It has been done to understand the diseases, medicines, and food that affect the human health. Suppose you do not know what is going to affect in your digestive system. As a result, there is a, body skin rash, which is occurring very often. Once you keep this, sensors in the body, it is going to, provide data, what type of food you are allergic, which type of food is causing, body rash. These are the things that are going to be there, even to a country like India. It is not very popular in India, but now and then we hear that all these organ on chip technology is used on those patients, especially heart patients. If you provide this chip, it is going to constantly send data from the organ chip, which is installed on the body of a person whose heart is not functioning well. Prevention or, early detection of failure of your heart is very, very essential. If you can plant this chip, constantly the functioning of heart is recorded and such data is provided in live. When live data is provided, the danger of, wasting time and timely intervention by those doctors on those patients is made possible wherever the patient, when a doctor has implanted this organ chip, that information nearby, mobile device or computer is going to, capture and transmit that information to a doctor who has done this operation, or in some clinical trials, post-operation, how your heart is functioning. If a chip is kept on your body, it is going to record your heartbeat, the speed, and other vital statistics of the body, so that, much before damage occurs, interventions, periodic intervention, live intervention, dynamic interventions based on requirements of the patient can be done. So the main motive of organ on chip technology is to develop the technology to provide more predictive and useful measures of safety and efficiency of new drug or drug combination, and also to reduce the use of animals and humans in testing. Instead of using either animals, because these days I think Animal Cruelty Prevention Act has, created obstacles in testing medicines on animals. Similarly, testing on humans is also highly criticized and unethical. In that case, if you use this organ on chip technology to a person to whom you have administered this medicine, vital information, accurate information, correct information of clinical trials can be overcome because of this organ. There are several companies with working models on liver functioning, lung functioning, intestine functioning, even brain functioning because of these chips. That is how today you don't discuss about organ on chip technology. During the pandemic situation, everybody is concerned about what is my oxygen level, right? There is a simple technology. If you hold it on your finger, it is going to show what is your heartbeat and what is your oxygen level in your lungs, which is very vital, because COVID-19 patients, initially they're affected with low levels of oxygen because of the infection that has entered into lungs and leading to, thickness of your blood, leading to heart failure. This is how several people died, whoever has neglected this particular aspect, right? So if you know what is your oxygen level from time to time, and less than that particular benchmark, immediately you can rush to hospital. That is how we lost one foreign student, Afghanistan foreign student in our international student hostel, because when he was tested oxygen level, when it was low, doctors asked him to get admission into hospital immediately so that his life can be saved. But reluctantly, he is so much scared about hospitals, Indian hospitals. Therefore, he ran away from hospital. So as a result of reduced oxygen level, the situation has become so worse. So although we admitted KGH, the oxygen level is so low, less than 60. Therefore, in spite of our, efforts, we could not save the life. Somebody is asking how digital marketing is available to common man. Today, digital marketing may not be available so quickly, easily, but thanks to the internet technology, thanks to the mobile technology, for what purpose you are using digital technology? Suppose you wanted to order drugs, you wanted delivery. Very aged individuals like 85-year-old, 90-year-old, when they wanted medicines, now they need not go to, pharmaceutical retailer, or they need not go to hospital. Doctor is available on phone call. Doctor is available on video call. Don't you think that this is a digitalization? If a doctor is available on video call, that is how I know a doctor who has simultaneously used to treat over 500 COVID affected patients a day through video call. That is how, electronically enabled, simple WhatsApp call they used to make, because common man has WhatsApp. He may not have the, advanced technology, computer, laptop, etc. A simple laptop with Android, laptop with a internet connectivity, with a WhatsApp enabled on that particular phone. Doctors use it to see the patient over the video call and treated hundreds and thousands of patients by doctors. Vizag alone. I have seen lot of counseling has done. Even Krishna Manjari knows, when our students needed counseling, we requested certain counselors. We kept on university website 24/7. These counselors are available. On our check, we have come to know this is not only used by our students. This is also equally used by general public at large. So many people used to call me, sir, I am not a student, but still I need counseling. Do you provide that? So I made connectivity. I arranged a link so that several students, the professors from sociology, social work, they participated, psychology, they participated in providing psychological counseling on net. Probably this has averted a lot of fatalities, several deaths. People are so much scared. Out of the fear, they used to die. Once you are affected in COVID, I have seen a person jumping from top of the building and ending life as if there is no treatment or cure. So somebody is asking whether digital marketing reduce the cost. Definitely. Today, digital marketing is confined only to a small segment of the population because of the massive technology backup is not available. When people are made to understand how to make use of this technology, when large number of people on net they are using, there may be large scale economies. As a result, the digital technology may make, the services, the pharma companies, booking and delivery at discount today is made possible because of efficient systems. Digitalization has led to efficiency. You need not go around. Who are the doctors available? Where are their locations? Everything is coming on Google. There is somebody who has digitalized. So that is a Google tracking system, GPS system. When it is widely used, definitely companies are going to save on logistics, distribution management. As a result, in the long run, such digitalization and digital marketing is going to reduce the cost at which the patient is provided the drugs by those pharma companies. When you produce small scale, definitely the cost is more. When you produce in a massive scale, because of the large scale economies, the cost is going to come down. As a result, larger population in the country, they are going to become beneficiaries through digital marketing. And you will also understand that digital marketing is not only for cost, digital marketing is for precisely, very, very focused marketing strategy. Sir, somebody is asking a question very quickly. Can you retype? Or Krishna Manjari, can you read that?
Yes, sir. Sir,
So digitalization. So my understanding is digitalization definitely improves efficiency. Digitalization in the long run, because of the popularity, is going to reduce the cost of manufacturing and economies in various delivery modes. As a result, the common man is going to gain. It is not only accuracy, governance, transparency, and also cost reduction when it is taken up on a massive scale. That is how, can you imagine? I give one example. When mobile phone was introduced, do you believe that I used to pay 7 rupees for outgoing and 3 rupees 50 paise for incoming? I used to spend 1200 rupees a month, but very sparingly I used to count seconds when I speak because every minute is 7 rupees. But today, all incoming is 0. Outgoing, also, we are not calculating price because of the mobile penetration. Large scale operations definitely will reduce cost, increase efficiencies of operation. As a result, the benefit is passed on to the buyer, consumer. Similar thing is going to happen in pharmaceutical industry also. Krishna Manjari, some other question has come.
Yes, sir. Sir, can you please explain how would you describe a pace of work in pharmaceutical strategies group?
Place of work. This is the digitalization. In fact, everybody is blaming, the COVID pandemic situation. But if you analyze carefully, COVID-19 has taught lessons to all of us all over the world. Our students started learning how do we attend classes online. Till now, hybrid learning is only a conceptual level, idea. But today, hybrid learning is a reality in all Indian universities. We are on par with any advanced countries in terms of use of internet for learning purpose. That is how today we are able to arrange this 5 day long FDP on web through this conferencing mode because of the available technology, right?
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to tell you place of work and the pharmaceutical industry. Suppose you are a scientist working in an R&D lab. Work from home, is it not convenient? And wherever you are, that is how software companies, they realized of late that if the software employee comes to the workplace, on per head, there is a cost. If software employee works from home, there is no cost on per head. So all such savings, they are going to result in increase in efficiency, right?
Yes.
As a consequence, the pharma companies can recruit. This is in fact both threat and opportunity. Not only scientists who are available in India, scientists who are available throughout the world because of the virtualization, because of the working from home, because of the systems and models and process which are enabling people to work anywhere in the world. Say, I know several Indian students who are recruited. They have not gone abroad. They are happily working in their home environment, very much with home. Therefore, it has improved social relation. It has improved our, family relation. It has increased human happiness index as a result. Hassles of travel. Any reduction in travel is going to save fuel. Any saving on fuel, number one, there is a saving of FDI. Foreign exchange to the national exchequer is on saving. You are not importing to that extent crude oil. This is one benefit. And the next benefit is most important, aspect is pollution. Because of these vehicular traffic, you are causing so much pollution. If you are working from home, there is no traffic congestion. And because of non-use of these automobiles, less carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide is produced by these vehicles. Therefore, there is no threat to ozone layer. There is no threat to vegetation. There is fresh air available. The longevity of life of mankind on the earth is going to get restored. People tested during the pandemic situation in all important cities. The quality of air, the quality of life, the vegetation has gone up tremendously. In Delhi, if you look at Mumbai, if you look at even in tied to city like Visakhapatnam, the quality of air has gone up. I read in a recent publication that the thorans that are deposited because of this pollution in the air also got tremendously reduced. Therefore, what is the living condition in which we are living is also enhanced because of technology enabled working systems and procedures.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there is another question. Sir, please explain.
Sorry?
Sir, please explain how pharmaceutical marketing strategies impacts policymakers.
See, what is policy making? Policy making is always done by the top management. See, how policy is formulated? Truly, in a dynamic environment, every day, something or other is changing. And as a result, there is a consequential impact. That is how today we are discussing Internet of Things, how they shaped, reshaped, changed the very structure, the conduct, the methodology, the procedures, the processes, and the strategies that we evolve to survive in today's context. If you say, I am not tech savvy, I am not compatible to, present technology, I was born in past 50 years ago, I don't need this technology. Today's basic principle is, it is only the fittest who is going to survive. Fittest of the survivor. Darwin theory of principle, right? The animal which disappeared, they disappeared because of non-conducive nature. We all believe that dinosaurs, they're the strongest animals on the earth which ruled the earth. Why they extinguished from the earth? They extinguished because non-conducive body, non-conducive, ability of this animal to adjust to the changing circumstances and environmental conditions made them to extinct. Very similar. Those companies which are not adhering to the contemporary technological advancements invariably give space to other companies which are entering new or existing companies which upgraded their technology. They only survive in the future. Either you fit into the occasion or leave from the place. Fittest of the survival principle is going to apply. Therefore, the policies which are guiding companies in terms of manufacturing, research and development, and also marketing models, all such marketing models need to be revamped, changed as a result of appropriate policy formulation at the top. And top can make policy only if there are proposals traveling from bottom to top. This is called bottom up management. That is how you can be very sensitive in the market. When market is dynamic, market changes are perennial, whoever is responding quickly can gain much better than anybody else. First mover definitely will have advantage. Whoever responds to changes, whoever responds and formulates appropriate policy to respond to the occurring changes that are going to cause an impact on management of pharma companies, definitely going to survive. Whoever slow, not responding, eventually leaves space to other performing companies. So performers definitely should be on the top of the list. This is one important characteristic. If you see what are the top 20 pharmaceutical companies in the world, how are they surviving? What are their policies? How those policies are put to constant revision, review. This is one thing where in global marketing, always I teach between Japanese companies and Indian companies. Indian companies resort to periodic review. Indian companies resort to periodic review, whereas Japanese companies resort to dynamic review. What is periodic review? Every month we review what are the changes that are happening. How do I incorporate the changes into my company's policies and framework and management? This is our approach. Whereas Japanese companies, American companies, every day they observe the market. What are changes that are occurring? How do I, incorporate those changes into my policy framework? This is one aspect. Beyond, if you look at Sony company, even Sony in medical equipment, they visualize next 20 years to come, how will be electronic industry influencing gadgets which are going to help diagnose diseases. Johnson & Johnson also is there in, medical equipment manufacturing. Siemens is there in medical equipment manufacturing. All these companies, they forecast how electronics, they are going to reshape. Today, you see electronics and IoT together, how the diagnosis is very precisely done. And we are importing technology, we are importing machinery, and the modern machinery, which is built because of the vision and forecasting of future emergence of medical industry, pharma industry. That is how companies with vision for next 20 years to come definitely will be market leaders. This is the lesson all of us should learn.
Thank you, sir.
Pawar
So
madam,
another
the
question.
questions are over. I want to make some observations.
So
If
still we
questions are over, I
have
want to make some observations.
Yeah. You are at liberty. Please make your observation.
Principal Ji. Kindly go ahead. Okay, sir. Meanwhile, Jagdish ji, would you like to have a question?
Yes, madam. Sir, actually, in the e-marketing, how to avoid the drug of abuse and trafficking? This may be a source of entering these drugs. So, what are the strategy would be better to avoid this?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The drug of abuse, it will be taken over the counter. Now it is available at the home by the e-marketing approaches. There will be some money makers will indulge these activities to sell their product. It may be a drug of abuse or addiction. So
Yeah, of
how
course.
to counter?
Yeah. First of all, as I said in the beginning, this is the reason why I said, there are drugs which can be sold across the counter. Normally what happens in India, although, scheduled drugs, warning, with a warning, H warning, J warning, this is what we see on drugs. This is the drug to be sold against prescription of a doctor. It is so unfortunate that in India, any drug that you ask, at retailers level, they are only demanding, increase in sales and money. If money is given, highly poisonous drugs are also sold across the counter because of the rat race competition that is prevalent. In India, it is ethics of business, sorry, there's an interruption. This is all dependent on ethics of business. Business is not doing ethically, if ethics is not an integral part of the business, which should be there in modern business. And there are regulatory agencies, definitely, don't think that people are going to be silent. Unfortunately, in India, because of the large market, large population, the regulatory mechanism is a failure. I need to admit that the number of drug inspectors who are available to inspect drugs, I came across medical stores where, the expiry date is also concealed. Expiry date is modified, altered. A new label is fixed on expiry date and sold. This is also unethical. But, this is to be, condemned in any form. And the administrative mechanism, the control mechanism should instill confidence in the common man, and all such unscrupulous practices of these drug sellers should be banned. Don't think that, whatever is sold on net is not accessible to third party agencies. If government want, and whatever transactions that are happening on net can also be tracked, and, they are fully aware from which IP address order is placed, from which IP address order is accepted, and what is the delivery. So it requires only little, intelligence and artificial intelligence systems through big data analytics. One can, introduce control mechanisms so that people are going to, conform to the norms and standards and will not resort to unethical practices. But on net, as you said, today, any drug can be ordered even without prescription. In some websites, they are asking uploading of, doctor's prescription. But in many cases in India, that uploading of doctor prescription is not mandatory. If once it is made mandatory, probably those drug sellers, unethical practices can also be checked. If it is for a real use, for a purpose recommended by a doctor, online delivery, as I said, I know an MBA student from Andhra University who has gone to America has taken up pharmaceutical distribution exclusively to old age homes. At appropriate time, every month in the first week, whatever drugs needed in this old age home based on the incumbents' diseases, demand, this gentleman is going to deliver. He made a lot of money. He is serving. In fact, he has the concern for serving aged people. That is how, at a very flat margin, when people are selling, he wanted to offer at a thin margin only for his survival in US. Although he is selling at thin margin, he informed me that he is able to make his both ends meet and also created employment to 200 delivery boys in America. See, if ethics is there, probably, value system is there, and, good administrative mechanisms are available, and artificial intelligence, which is going to address these issues, data analytics, which is going to address these issues, already available. It is only question of implementation with all that sincerity by those regulatory agencies. If it is done, probably unethical, selling of drugs at an exorbitant price also, sometimes life-saving drug. I tell you, my own experience, when somebody wanted one particular injection to control what is this black fungus, only government hospital was distributing the injection, and unfortunately government hospital exhausted the stock of injections.
Amphotericin.
Yes, consignment was not arrived. So when I ordered, somebody gave 2-3 contact phone numbers. When I called them over phone, somebody sold the drug which is sold by government hospital for 2,500 or free of cost, is sold at 30,000, 50,000, 60,000. Even in Bangalore, where I had a contact, when I contacted, they wanted to charge 1 lakh for each injection. It is like a do or die situation. Whereas in local hospital, in NRI hospital, because the CEO is known to me, I arranged this at 2,500 versus 1 lakh. Can you imagine? And he said he is ready. Once you transfer money from Bangalore, by air he is going to shift. By evening it will reach Visakhapatnam. But how about each day 1 injection or 2 injection to 1 lakh rupees? So what will be the plight of the patient? Whether all patients may not be rich. And I am told that to the black fungus affected individuals, at least a minimum of 8 to 12 injections are to be performed. If injection cost is alone is 1 lakh, then how these medical expenses are going to be met by a common man is an issue. As you said, there are people who wanted to make quick buck out of situation because of opportunity. On one side, the disease of a patient, a life-saving drug. If you black market, definitely it is not acceptable from social value system norms. It is only left to the individual ethics. That money is not important. It is a service that is important. It is timeliness that is important. It is responsibility towards society that is important. And similarly, the government mechanism, the machinery, administrative machinery should come out with a vigilant action, strict, disciplinary action on such individuals. I came to know one doctor who is serving as a government hospital doctor selling at 30,000 rupees in Visakhapatnam alone, the same injection. In fact, I arranged also. Right? These are all not good in the interest of well-being of people and society. We should condemn.
Thank you.
Over to you,
Yeah.
Principal Sir.
Professor Rajendra Prasad wanted to speak something.
Over to you, Principal Sir.
We appreciate Professor Krishnamohanji for amphotericin injection. It is true. It was sold in Bangalore or some other place in lakhs of rupees. The original cost is 800 rupees. Where is the human ethics for that matter to treat poor with infections? One has to think on the face of it. And I really appreciate Krishnamohanji for bringing out so many things which a pharmacy person person is so far 60 strategies, and they are hot cakes. Uh, I really wonder how he has developed all these skills over these years. We are really fortunate, sir, to have you this morning. You spent your time. I know how busy you are in the office. You could
That is
spend 2
true.
hours
So
here.
many phone calls I am receiving.
We are really thankful to you. Uh, we are really thankful to you, sir. Over to Pawar.
Thank you, sir.
Over to Dr. Pawar.
Thank you, sir.
Pawar, before you conclude, whether there are any, questions unanswered in the chat box.
Yes, sir. Sir, we have cleared all the doubts from the chat box. May I now, please? I have a question, sir.
Okay.
What is the strategy to market pharma product that is already marketed by existing big companies?
That is where I think, market penetration strategy. See, if already pharma companies are marketing in a big way, you are going to meet very tough competition, stiff competition. This is exactly the case study that we do in our MBA, Core Parentals and Core Pharma. These are the two companies, best examples, how they penetrated deep into the market and survived. Today, they are able to export. You must be knowing that Core Parentals and Core Pharma is a company, created by IIM Ahmedabad PGP student and brother from Chandigarh MBA. Although they are not practicing doctors, although they have not done pharmacy, but still our father's wholesale business, right from their childhood, they observed and created this company. Initially how they struggled with, ruthless competition that has come from big companies, how they tried their best to close these, young company, small company, mid-range company, which started by these young chops, and how they sustain their, living, and also sustain their market ability because of their creative thinking, alternative strategies like addressing niche markets and addressing government markets, which can be managed, which can be, tapped initially to survive. Then once you survive and reach break even, gradually, those corporate hospitals normally they give because of the relationship marketing. This is the strategy that they evolved. It is, in pharma marketing, like a service industry, it is the strong pillar of pharma marketing is relationship building with the doctors, relationship building with corporate hospitals, relationship building with the government hospitals, relationship building with the Directorate of Medical Services. Normally on a cost front, because of the small scale organizations, they are able to survive with limited resources. The cost at which they manufacture, the big companies, because of their spending huge money on advertising, free samples, entertainment, other sales promotion devices, they are not able to cut their costs. Whereas small companies with minimum level of operations, they are able to survive in the context. As a result, you small segments initially you have to target. This is known as, there is a formal name called, the core parentals and core pharma. They have, entered into marketing with a strategy called guerrilla marketing. You type on Google search, what is guerrilla marketing? Because it will take more time to explain again what is guerrilla marketing. Like how guerrillas, all of a sudden they come and fight and disappear, right? That is
Yes.
how, again, they reach the safe hideouts. Very similar, small segments if you take and establish yourself, fight in those areas where large companies are weak in terms of establishing relation. You try to penetrate in those areas where relationship is made possible because of the, small segment of the customer, small number of customers who can be served better by a large company with a large customer base. This guerrilla marketing is going to, become a boon to, such companies which are going to address a head-on collision with established companies in the highly competitive market of established companies.
Thank you, sir. So, social media marketing is effective in pharma industry?
Yeah, I tell you, how social media marketing is also important. Now, for any doubt, people are posting questions on Quora, right? As all of you know, or there are so many, websites which are networking people. Suppose LinkedIn is a professional, Facebook. If you post something which is not known to you on Facebook, suppose these are the sentence, who is the best doctor in Vizag? What is the best medicine? This is how some people are, there may be doctors who may guide free of cost. There may be doctors with nominal charge they guide. Social media marketing, on social media, you are going to post, suppose you are happy with breakfast that you have eaten in one particular restaurant. When you reach home, already there's a message in Google, you visited this restaurant, how is your experience, how do you rate? All such ratings are kept open in social media so that people are guided, people are given consequences, people are made alert on side effects of such drugs. Are you following?
Yes,
so
sir.
social media definitely is reshaping, the very thinking, because the information that is posted in social media are reaching much faster than the information that you publish in newspaper or any other journal. So in WhatsApp today, information is so vibrant, right?
Thank
So
you,
people
sir.
are before reading newspaper, first they are opening their mobile and looking into WhatsApp messages. So that is how powerful. Or Facebook, or LinkedIn, or, these days Twitter has become so popular. Are you following?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, these are the social media that you can see.
Over to you, Principal. You unmuted yourself.
Anything more? Knowledge knows no boundaries. So, Krishna Mohan Garu is an example. So, one who is having knowledge is respected in the society. It is not the pharmacist without any subject, doesn't matter for the society. So that is very important for any pharmacist. What is you learned during your course of time, how it is useful to the society, that matters more. I find in the private colleges, you don't have people to teach pharmaceutical marketing strategies. There is no proper teacher. We need people like Krishna Mohan Garu. So the country now needs very good teachers with fundamentals. That's what I want to emphasize. Thank you.
Sir, Dr. Jogendra Garu, you raised your hand. Do you have any query? Sir, sir, last one question.
Okay.
What are the unique promotion strategies for Indian pharma industries?
See, promotion strategies are already used in the past, all conventional methods of approaching a doctor, trying to please the doctor, giving them free giveaways, expensive gifts, sponsoring their tours, family tours, from doctor tours to family tours, and also giving quite expensive articles as a gift instead of offering, very similar to bribe, and this has led to, rat race competition in the market, through machinery salespeople who are called sales executives in pharma industry in large number used to be there. But this is all reduced today's context because of the available internet technology. All doctors are mailed all such product information. All doctors are home delivered these sample kits, whether a missionary salesperson can deliver, the presentation effectively or not. Excellent presentation by those medical professionals produced on 3-dimensional is delivered to doctors. According to doctor time, they are going to read, right? They are going to read. As such, the attention time is higher and the reach is good. And doctors, whoever is sent these messages on mail or WhatsApp, they are going to get back. That response rate is also good. As a result, it almost replaced direct marketing in the place of missionary salespeople. It is technology marketing, digital marketing. Doctors are not hesitating to post queries on pharmacy company websites when they came across any serious side effect of the drug. They are sharing discreetly this information. That is going to become input. That is going to become input in the R&D division of pharma companies, right? So pharmacy companies, in a way, they are now, endowed with these abilities, real-time basis. That is important. How the real-time, experience of these doctors and patients who are treated, when this is made available to companies on real-time basis, research is going to improve enormously. The R&D activity is going to gain, right? It is not only sales promotion, apart from use of internet as a medium and conferencing. At a single conference by a pharma company, 100 super specialist doctors can be addressed simultaneously through web conferencing or teleconferencing. Therefore, the companies are making, the companies are making so much, companies are making efforts and investments, enormous investments on the technology investment, so that the information from the doctors can be taken online by the medical companies. At the same time, they are also roping through researchers who are working in R&D, the queries which can be raised by these doctors and the inventions that are made by the R&D staff in the laboratory stage itself can be exchanged information, which is not possible. Addressing a meeting 100 doctors and convincing 100 doctors will take more than 1 year. Whereas in a single go through teleconferencing, you are able to do. This is also a promotion, market promotion on real-time basis. From non-real-time basis, now the market promotion has become real-time basis promotion. And who are the doctors prescribing, how much they are prescribing, in which hospital the drug is prescribed. There's a data analytics in the background. Now the backdrop is helping the companies in such a way that whatever data is generated on a real-time basis is going to address real issues on time. What is important in medical industry, in emergency, how quickly you respond to the needs of the diseased people. That is done possible, although it is part of market promotion. Such market promotion is facilitating and helping the pharma companies because of the availability of technology, especially the medical conferencing, which is done by these branded companies. They are investing so much amount on the equipment and technology so that periodically they can interact with those doctors and take expert opinion on these issues from the user point of view. That is what is needed. And this can be, considered as a replacement of those conventional methods of promoting business. Anything
Thank you
else?
so much, sir. Sir, there is a statement, I think, from Basu Kelot. Andhra University.
Dr. Pawar, don't extend the session for beyond the scope of this lecture because he has to go. You give some
Yes, sir.
time.
Somebody is sharing that AU is offering MBA healthcare
sir.
management. In fact, I was there as a teacher in healthcare management for 5 long years. I was there as a teacher in healthcare management for 5 long years.
You give last 5 minutes or like that.
Sir,
Otherwise, you go
one
on
minute,
speaking. Okay.
Only 1 minute, 1 minute, because
Sir, I think we need to address, because it is a question, it is a statement to the, which is related to our university. Andhra University can start a new MBA program in pharmaceutical management. So please, sir.
Yeah, that we think over, because the initiation should come from the Department of Pharmacy or Management Department, so that a new course addition is always makes university vibrant. As all of you know, Andhra University is a happening university. We also visualize the future requirement, present market demand, in which direction the university can take the future courses, so that employment can be generated, and where there is a demand, always we try to fill that demand gap. Where a skill is required, if you create that skill, definitely we are going to provide employment opportunity, bright prospects. If there is a demand, if there is a DPR prepared, definitely we are willing to start a new course, because university organic growth is always measured in terms of number of new courses, innovative courses, need-based courses, skill-based courses that are going to provide value to the industry and also to the university. We are trying our best to connect our university programs with the industry. Ever since our dynamic Vice Chancellor, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy, took over reins, we are trying our best to establish connectivity with the industry, so that the industry needs can be understood properly, and the students with those programs which we are designing can be made matching. This industrial connectivity leads to lesser gap between what is required and what is provided, so that employability skills are already available, and required qualified professionals are available to the industry where there is a demand.
Thank you so much, sir.
The suggestion is well taken. Definitely we will pursue the idea.
Thank you so much, sir. We stop the queries here as we are running short of time, and we extend these questions, if we have any, to your notice later through the email, sir. Thank you so much, sir. It was a gorgeous lecture we had so far for the 2 hours, and it was so marvelous to listen to you, and really there are no words to express our gratitude. Dear Dr. Professor V. Krishna Mohanji, thank you so much for your excellent lecture on Internet of Things, revolutionary pharmaceutical marketing strategies. Sir, you have explained the concepts of pharmaceutical marketing strategies comprising of pharma marketing introduction, chain of pharma product, categories of general marketing strategies like market expansion, market share growth, niche market, status quo, market exit, decision area strategies, target market strategy, product strategy, pricing strategy, distribution, promotion strategies, strategies for market leaders, strategies for new and switched pharmaceutical products, marketing strategies and product life cycle, promotion, product place, pricing of market, 4 P's of marketing strategies, and advertising and promotion strategies. AIDA is an acronym for attention, interest, desire, and action. Sir, wholeheartedly, your lecture has provoked our minds, and though we have here academicians, percentage of academicians, we have less number of students here, but they can take this information and explore themselves in pharma marketing in their career. Great, innovative and informative session at the on this day, on 4th day of first session. I would like to thank all the delegates for the involvement throughout the session. I thank the AICTE ATAL Academy for sanctioning the online faculty development program, Internet of Things, Revolutionary Impact on Pharmaceutical Education and Industry from 21st to 25th September 2021 to Andhra University, which is a great pride to the, for the India. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Sir, I request you to please stay for one moment to have a pic with you. Technical team, quickly respond.
Yes, ma'am. Unpin చేయండి సార్ ఏమి అందరూ Can we proceed, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
I request all the delegates to join the session again at 11:30 for the second session on fourth day of 5-day faculty development program online sponsored by AICTE ATAL Academy. We'll have a short break of 15 minutes and gather again for the next session. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir. We can see your presentation. Can we just check with the change of slides, sir, in full screen mode?
Yeah. Is it coming in full screen now? Or
No, sir.
no? Okay. Just a second. Let me just try full screen again. Is it full screen now?
So 1 minute. Yes, sir. Now it is in full screen.
All right.
Can you just change the slide, sir? We'll just check with that.
Sure, sure.
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right.
yes. Yes, it's fine, sir.
Okay. All right.
We'll just keep it like this, sir.
Sure, sure. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Kuldeep Singh ji. Sir, kindly unmute.
Yeah. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Fine, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, shall we proceed?
Yeah. We can proceed. Okay. Okay. All right. So first,
Sir, I request, I'll introduce first
sure.
yourself to the audience and then we give the session to you.
Sounds good.
Good morning. Welcome back to the second session on the fourth day, 5-day faculty development program online. I thank AICTE ATAL Academy for sanctioning the online faculty development program, Internet of Things, Revolutionary Impact on Pharmaceutical Education and Industry from 21st to 25th September 2021 to Andhra University. In the morning, we had a wonderful lecture on Internet of Things, Revolutionary in Pharmaceutical Marketing Strategies by our beloved registrar, Professor B. Krishnamohan sir, Andhra University. Now let me introduce our dynamic speaker of today's second session, Mr. Kuldeep Singh Chauhanji, CTO and co-founder Synapsika, to commence his lecture on role of artificial intelligence in biotech companies for diagnostics and vaccines. Kuldeep ji has over 7 years of experience and interest in computer vision and deep learning. He is a head of technology at Synapsika Healthcare, a leading startup which offers an AI-based radiology automation platform. He done his BTech and MTech in computer science from IIT Kharagpur. Kuldeep ji comes from a strong background in big data analytics and machine learning. Sir has expertise in artificial intelligence and building scalable system architectures which can process large volumes of data without performance downside. At Synapsika Healthcare, Kuldeep ji leads AI product development team which uses computer vision based deep learning models to identify biomarkers pathologies in radiology scans. Prior to starting his entrepreneurial journey at Synoptica, Sir was vice president at Goldman Sachs and was leading a global team building compliance analytics software. Kuldeep ji leveraged big data technologies and analytical models on the huge volumes of communication and trading data to detect financial frauds such as insider trading and market manipulation. I request all the participants to be proactive and very communicative throughout the session. You can thoroughly enjoy the session, and it's a great opportunity for all of us to interact with the distinguished professional. Now I invite Mr. Kuldeep Singh ji to proceed further. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Pawar, for like wonderful introduction, and thanks a lot everybody for having me here. It's an absolute great pleasure to be in front of like such esteemed audience and being given a chance to talk about what we are doing and what all we can do in the field of artificial intelligence. It's a truly fascinating time for all of us. The way things are changing, the way technology is evolving, and how it's impacting our life, everybody's life, and the kind of impact we can create together is truly immense. And just living in this age itself is a bliss, and being able to contribute to this space is like, very small contribution we can just make to our part of the humanity, right? I have heard like wonderful things about the program we are doing here at in the incubation center, and the kind of wonderful talks you have been hosting so far, and the wonderful speakers you had. It's a great initiative by the incubation center and the Andhra University, and it's a really good step to engage the next generation of entrepreneurs and researchers and leaders, and grow them what our country needs right now, right? So I'll come back to the presentation. So we are going to talk about the role of artificial intelligence in biotech and like vaccines and diagnostics, and I'll talk about in detail. Like I'll try to cover my whole presentation into three main sections. First section would be talking about like how artificial intelligence in general is impacting healthcare all around us. The second section of the presentation, I'll talk about what is artificial intelligence, how it's being done, what are the challenges everybody faces, how it works out. And the last part would be like, a deep dive into one case study. The case study is what we are doing at Synoptica as part of our AI-based, artificial intelligence-based radiology automation. I'll walk you through like what we are doing, how we are doing, and what are the challenges we are facing, how it's creating an impact. So the deep dive would be in the radiology field, but a lot of those challenges and solutions are applicable in other fields as well. So you get a full picture of how it works out at high level, and when we go ahead and implement it for a particular problem, how a practical solution which work, how does it look like, right? In the presentation, I'll walk you through all the details. It's a very vast field, and there are so many things one can talk about, and so many details one may want to may be interested in. So what I would request from you is, like, if you have any questions, just let me know. Ask at any point if you have any questions. You can put it in the chat as well. You can raise your hand. Anything which works for you, that's all right. And we can take up the question in between. I have left some dedicated time for questions in the end of the presentation as well, so we can cover some of the aspects at that time also. But even if you want to discuss anything particular in the middle of the presentation, just let me know. We can go through, we can cover those at that time itself. All right. Hope everybody is able to see my
Yes,
screen
sir.
and able to hear me well.
Please go ahead, sir.
Sure. So the first thing I'll start with is what artificial intelligence in healthcare. Okay, so we keep hearing about it, like, there is AI coming, the AI is being used in this field and everything. So what is and AI is in today's date being used in every domain, every field, every industry. You take it, like, healthcare, travel, automation, your e-commerce, your movie making, your your app, your phone, your laptop, your environment, weather forecasting, space travel, everywhere you name it, like, it's just AI everywhere. So what is AI? Like, the question pops up again and again. And so in general, like, if we have to talk about what is AI, there are multiple ways to define it. I'll go with, like, very simple explanation. Think of it like, so in general, all these software which we uh, build or develop or we use on our devices, like it can be your laptop or mobile, uh, on those devices, those machines are simple sequence of logic. Okay, it's written that, if it's night, then turn off the light. If it's a day, turn on the light, and switch off the phone, and simple. So it's like simple logic. But humans don't function that way. Humans are more intelligent than just simple plain logic. Like, humans are, when we see, when a kid is brought up, and if the kid sees, like, in the room there are four different objects and all four of them have different color, nobody has to, even if you don't tell them that, these are actually four different color or four different objects, the child will know that, at least there are four different things without somebody telling them. Yeah, like how we learn, when we grow up, how we learn things is, some things are taught by our parents, or like our surroundings, but not everything is taught to us, like, explicitly. Some of these things we just learn, like when we learn that if we fall it hurts, so even now somebody does not teach us, like, we'll automatically learn it, right? So these human intelligence, that without giving the input and output, a human can learn that, by observing what should be the input, how it should be processed, and what should be output, right? And this is applicable to not just simple logic and simple situations, but it's applicable to your complex situations also, like, falling, getting injured, like, it's cold, I need to wear clothes, things like that, right? So these things, we are these complex logics learning by themselves, learning these patterns, was very difficult was very difficult to code into machines, like, few years back. Like, if you go back 50-60 years ago, all the devices were very simple logic. But nowadays, like, with the advancement of technology and hardware, and the algorithms and the research, lot of these problems are being solved one by one, right? And the domains and the problems which are being solved by artificial intelligence is huge, quite widespread, and we can, if we talk about it, will take like, just days to just list down all the things. But in today's presentation, we'll just walk over some of the problem statements which we are tackling, and which are creating impact in healthcare, right? And one thing you should notice here is how different these applications are. Like, so I've listed down, like, around 10 applications of AI, artificial intelligence in healthcare. But if you pay attention, like, see, these are not like one problem which is being solved, which is being applied in multiple situations, and we are solving it. It's like actually like 10, 50, hundreds of different types of problems which are inherently different and very exclusive from each other, but all of them are being solved by like these advanced artificial intelligence algorithms. So first problem which we see is faster radiology scans. So in last year, like in the during COVID wave, like there were lot of chest CT scans done across our country, and if like in general, like the trends were that we were at least in India, we were doing like 10 to 20 times our chest CT scans than we normally do, right? And if you think about it, like the machines which were designed, your CT scan machines, your MRI machines, your X-ray machines, ultrasound machines, the way they were designed to do patient scans, if they were designed for a certain load, but when the situation came in COVID, that now we need to increase the capacity, we need to be able to even if the machine is designed to normally machine does like just 10 patient scans in a day, we need we need to do 200 patient scans in a day. Like that's just a need of the hour, we can't do it. So why, but all of this was possible, like even when the situation changed, because of the way things have changed. So if you go back 20 years back, like the way CT scan machines and MRI machines were there, it used to take like half an hour to 1 hour for just one patient scans. Like I'm talking about like 20 years ago. But the way nowadays scans are being taken is not just like they're taking more images, they're taking less images, and using AI, they are enhancing their quality. Like if patient does not have to move and rotate in certain ways, or lighting or the resolution has to be that great, but just by applying AI based image enhancement algorithms on top of your regular image, we are able to get better radiology scans in very less time. A general MRI time in today's date is like in few minutes, like in 2 to 5 minutes, you can get your MRI scan done and be done with it. And it gives you like extremely super high resolution quality image, which can like detect even your finest of finest abnormalities and pathologies in your body. Right. Next is automating manual tasks by doctors. So this is like a bit more generic, but in general, like in general in healthcare industry, wherever we go, one of the biggest value people who add like most value are doctors. And still in today's date, doctors have to do a lot of things manually and spend their time, and their time is very precious. Like that's where if you have more doctor time, you can treat more patients, right? And what's happening is doctors are still measuring, taking measurements of the patients, taking the readings, writing reports, etc., and then trying to analyze and do some of the analysis, which is which can be done by your machines, right? And in today's date, but why it was not possible to do earlier? Because to be able to do that is required like certain level of skills and training, which an ordinary person or non-medical expert, for them to do it was a bit difficult. But nowadays, artificial intelligence algorithms are coming up, which can automate a lot of these tasks very quickly, and they can give you results in seconds, and saves like precious time of doctors. Another application which is coming up is early detection of severe diseases. So we keep hearing that how can we detect cancer at 20 years in advance? How can we detect that somebody has any diabetic genes which can cause problems in the later age, and how can you cure or suppress them from the beginning, right? So a lot of these fatal diseases, cancer and other viral diseases. In those cases, what happens is if you can detect these diseases at the early stage, controlling them and treatment of them becomes much easier or more probable than doing instead of having the discovery at a later stage, right? And but doing that at early stage causes two types of problems. One problem is like it's hard that if there is a very small tissue in your body which is having cancer, how do you find it? Detecting those things at that early stage is difficult. So that is one challenge. Another challenge which comes out to be is cost, right? Like now, let's say if somebody comes up with somebody comes up with a method that even if it's like very fine and like not visible, I can still detect it. But would you go for your cancer related checkup every month just to make sure that you don't have you don't get cancer after 20 years? So then would you want to spend a lot in such costly procedures to detect these early diseases? Now, for both of these problems, like the difficulty of detection and the cost of detection, both of them can be solved using your technology, right? Nowadays, people are building vaccines, people are building scanners, people are building algorithms which can, even with your regular CT scan, regular CT scan or regular MRI scan, you can detect cancer or like other fetal diseases at very early stage when they are like just getting started in the body. And for that, doctor does not have to go through and look through each tissue and like analyze whether something is wrong or not. All of that can be taken care by the smart AI algorithms we have today. And because that piece of technology is sitting just can work with your regular MRI scan or CT scan, you don't have to pay an exorbitant amount of cost as a patient to get that detection. You pay your regular fee, and it will give you an analysis which will, which can save your life, which can change your whole lifestyle, right? Faster vaccine trial. This I think like everybody is aware, like what we achieved in last 1 year. It's like truly remarkable achievement for medical and technology fraternity. COVID COVID-19 was discovered on around like December. I forgot like the date exactly, like last week of December in 2019, and by December of 2020 we had a vaccine in like third phase trial. And that itself is a huge achievement. Like 1 year of like completing a final phase of trial for a vaccine is has never been done, has never been achieved. And especially for like a disease which is so viral and so lethal, like as we saw in last 1.5 years. So doing that at that scale and reacting to it that fast, doing the sequencing of the virus, like you guys are expert, and what happened there. And so it's like it's all testament to like the advancement of the biotechnology, the artificial intelligence, and like and then combining it with advanced hardware, software, and getting the vaccines out, right? It was like truly remarkable, and we all are able to think of a world where things will become normal in few months or like 1 year or sometime, because the vaccines are out. Like in today's in India we have I think like 50 crores people like having taken one shot. Like hopefully like things will get better, and all this is being able to done by the years of hard research and hard work which was done like for last couple of decades. Then faster drug discovery, like this is one of the problems which has been how the software has taken up from research labs. So earlier what used to happen is some of the so in drug you again like you guys are expert and better than me, but I'll just give you the technical perspective of what we are doing here. So in general, earlier for a lot of drugs, like you have your molecules and chemicals can work and can stay in certain shape and configuration and combination, and there they can be stable or they cannot be stable. And if they are stable, then you try the same the molecule with like a molecule or the chemical with like different uh, different reactions and something, and try it out that whether it can solve something or whether it works with something or not. But the whole process of this was very difficult, and it was like finding a needle in haystack. Like it's like lot of hit and trials, and it will be lot of misses, right? Why? Because the kind of problems we are trying to solve, like in terms of drug discovery, are so many. The kind of the possibilities of the atom combination and building these molecules itself is huge. Okay. Uh, sure. I'll just come to the question. Okay. It's huge. And on top of it, like, doing this infinite, making this, mixing this infinity versus infinity of the problem versus infinity of like solutions. How do you solve that faster? Now, if you just think about it, like if you try to match 1 billion problems with your like, hundreds of billion of possible drugs, it will take years to just like come to the solution. But what technology does is instead of trying all the combination and what will be the result, your artificial intelligence methods help you identify what kind of combinations would actually be stable, and what can actually work in your real-time situation. And it does that smartly. Like it will try like your probable those smart intelligence algorithms will try out the probable solutions first, and it can try out multiple combinations in very limited time, and overall your drug discovery process becomes like much faster. So for example, one of our researchers in our team, he was working with computer vision lab at IIIT Hyderabad, and they were working with they're working on a similar problem. And what they did is like they converted the whole molecule and atom arrangement problem into a simple sentence conversion problem, which is like very much solved by your which has been researched a lot. And by just converting and relating to it, solving a lot of these tough and finding needle in haystack kind of problems became much faster. Like the problem, the drug discoveries which could have taken like 10 years earlier, now can be done in like few hours of your training model, right? Sorry, we had one question from Mr. Ravi or somebody, Mr. David, I forgot. Somebody had raised their hand.
Yes, sir.
Somebody had raised their hand. Just wanted to check.
No, sir. Maybe I think it is by.
Okay. Then last point. You might have seen in action like voice-based report dictation. So this is like everybody has seen Alexa, Siri, and Google Home. Right? You're based on your voice. Like how your smart systems are like understanding and able to converge with you. Similarly, we are. This is being applicable. This is one of the early breakthroughs, and which are being used a lot in the medical industry. Like the time doctors are spending in time creating reports, etc., is being reduced by a lot by just dictating the report and software doing the tedious work of typing the report, formatting, etc., and saving precious time of the doctor, right? Then we have better health monitoring. So in general, like everybody sees like these smartwatches which can detect your heart rate, which can detect your heartbeat, blood pressure, SpO2. Even nowadays, like the smartwatches we are getting is they can detect like if they will tell you like the probability of whether you are going to have a heart attack. Like they can detect whether are you going through depression. Like now think about it. Like it's just a smart chip, small chip, which is not even which is you're just wearing as a watch. Like you're not even like putting anything inside your body. It is telling you predictive signals about your mental health, right? So a lot of this is coming from all the data which is being collected, and that data being analyzed and being related with what happens with patients or the people, like, when different activities or different signals in the body are changing, right? So it's really truly remarkable. Like, this is what the, like, Apple recently launched, like last week or something, like few weeks back, they announced that, the next smartwatch is actually going to tell you, like, if you are going through depression. And, like, in these times, being able to solve these kind of problems is just a start. Like, soon we will have, like, all these uh, diseases which require, pre-medical aid, or, like, early caution, or, like, behavioral changes. We can monitor, and we can detect them very quickly by just very simple data of, like, your uh, uh, nerve frequency and your heartbeat, right? uh, then we come to 3D visualization. So for the this we have seen, like, we have seen that, we keep seeing news about how people are uh, like replacing an ear by another ear, or like replacing eye surgery. They're able to put one person's eye into another one. And so a lot of these complicated surgeries and a lot of these complicated procedures require uh, uh, very complex visualizations. And earlier, now what happens is, now if you're going to deal with somebody's like, inner complex anatomical structures, and you're trying to go for a complex surgery, then you need to understand what's there inside. And you can't, like, do it on when the patient is on actual patient, because the risk is very high. What you can do is, but nowadays, the technology is there which is taking appropriate scan, and even without, like, very intrusive medical procedures, it can take very when it can create very detailed anatomical structure, and it will give you visualizations which, like, a normal person just cannot. And it gives you an opportunity, it gives you, as in the doctors, the surgeons, opportunity to visualize everything before they do the surgery, and it helps them plan the surgery, how it will look like, what are the complications, what can go wrong. You can simulate the surgeries on an 3D model before actually performing it, and go through all the complications, and reduce the chance of failure, and make, like, even, like, complex surgeries, very successful. uh, then and one thing which is there, like, which is very important to note, is when we are doing these complex 3D visualizations, the person is not, like, taking sample. Nobody's taking samples of the patient or doing, like, of the disease part. They're just taking, like, basic X-rays and MRIs, and based on that, they are creating those 3D visualizations. After that, even your all types of surgeons can come and play with it, simulate the surgery, and do it. And, like, the patient does not have to feel anything. Right. Then robotic surgery assistants. This is another field, like, which is making a lot of difference. In general, what we see is, uh, in surgery, like, one of the biggest skills what we see in doctors is how precise their hand movements are. And especially when you're going for deep complex surgery and anatomical body parts, like, that precision and understanding and execution becomes even more crucial. And for that, not every but in some of these things, it's then we know, like, what's expected, what's the anatomical body structure, and what needs to be done. But it's just that matter of precision, like doing the same task with the same precision, and executing in perfectly every time. And in these kind of scenario, a human can make mistake, like, a human can be tired, or they can be sleepy, or they can be distracted, but a machine cannot. So if for those kind of tasks, if we now we are training our robotic arms to perform those particular tasks, like, keeping the tissue open, or take out certain parts, or inserting something. So a lot of these things are we are creating, like, smart robotic arms. Robotic arms is just, like, one example, but we are creating a lot of smart robotic assistance devices which are making those let's say repetitive but high precision tasks consistent and successful for all types of surgical needs. Then comes gene editing. Okay, so we uh, in general, like complicated tasks such as designing constructs for gene editing, like these are like all are nowadays being taken care by AI programs as assistance providers. And like there are, for example, there is something called like desktop genetics. They have created a platform to design gene editing constructs using a technology that works through that uses AI, and their gene editing platform runs the entire process from like RNA selection to data analysis to execution, everything into it. And this is the future. Like the we keep talking about it, like how to do anti-aging, like how do you do complex surgery, and how do you transplant, do complex transplants, and solve some of the hereditary diseases permanently. Like this is the one of the first steps in the journey. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. So gene editing is one of the another breakthrough technology which is changing the life for the better. That brings me to my last point, which is better diagnosis by using smart medical data management. So one thing which and this is applicable not just for patient medical data management, but every application. All this AI, like as I talked about, like it's trying to learn these complex patterns and complex behaviors. But how does it learn? Like somewhere that, because it's still a machine, like which understands one and zeros, like it's just going by logic. So somewhere that intelligence has to be provided, and that intelligence comes from data. So every behavior, every pattern which we are asked, which we are trying to train on these smart machines, we as humans has to actually create data around it. We need to have that data because model is ultimately going to learn only by model is going to learn only by data. Like it's not going to learn on its own as humans, right? Humans are also doing something similar in their brain, but uh, they, unless we collect this data, unless we store the data and we manage this data smartly, we cannot use this data to solve these problems. If we are trying to solve this 3D visualization problem, for example, so we need to collect the data, how these scans are done, how for each scan actual visualization looks like, and then try to learn the patterns over like large set of patients. And that's how your intelligence, artificial intelligence models, they learn the patterns. And that's what we are going to cover more in details in next couple of slides, like how these artificial intelligence models are learning, right? Or what is artificial intelligence and how are they like learning these complex patterns? Any questions you have? Anybody has any questions so far? All right. I'll talk about what is artificial intelligence. So first, so you keep hearing these terms about artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, data science. They're like, the natural language processing, computer vision techniques, neural networks. So all of them are actually like very highly correlated. Artificial intelligence is very it's like it's a domain hierarchy. Artificial intelligence is like the branch, umbrella branch, which covers everything like machine learning, deep learning, statistical learning, your natural language processing learning, your neural networks, etc. right? And the concepts are same, but everything is being used, like different techniques are required to solve different kind of problems in different domains, right? So I will first walk you through a general framework how any machine learning software works, right? So as I talked about, like the first and foremost thing where the intelligence is coming from is data. We need data. Like if we want if we want to learn that, in this MRI scan, the patient has spondylolisthesis, we need to know how spondylolisthesis looks like. We need to know which image has spondylolisthesis and which image does not have spondylolisthesis, right? So what a typical machine learning model will do is, let's say it's trying to learn, let's say bone fracture, that we are going, there is a relatively simple example, like it's trying to learn bone fracture, that we want for every hand x-ray, we want to learn whether the person has a fracture or not. So what a typical machine learning model will do is, it will it will we need to prepare, as a machine learning scientist, what we need to prepare is a huge set of data which has fractures, and similarly equally huge set of data which does not have fractures, right? So as in, let's say I collect 10 lakh images of patient x-rays which have which have fractures in them, and I also collect 10 lakh patient x-rays which don't have which have fractures, and 10 lakh which don't have fractures, and I get these I have these 20 lakh images, x-ray images with me, and after that, out of these 20 lakh images, 10 lakh have fracture, 10 lakh patients have fracture, and 10 lakh images or patients don't have fractures. And I will, as a scientist, what I'll do is I'll label this data that, first 10 lakh images actually have fracture, and other 10 lakh, the remaining 10 lakh don't have fracture. And then this data is fed into this machine. And what machine does is, it will try to go through, scan all the images, try to understand the patterns. Why it will try to understand why these sorry it will try to understand why in some cases we have fracture, in some cases why do we not have any fracture, and it will try to analyze those patterns, that in one particular scan we see a break between two bones. That means in those cases, let me just show you just a second. I want to just talk about this. Am I not?
Sir, your screen is not presenting, sir.
Oh, it just stopped presenting now, or it was not presenting earlier also?
Just now, sir. Earlier it was good.
Okay.
You can just again once share the screens.
Yeah. I'll just share my screen just a second. Yeah. So here, if you see,
Yes, sir, it's visible.
here you can see that how these scans look like. So this one is hard. Okay, so here if you see, in this particular case, this patient has fracture in their image, and it's a very hairline fracture. If you see here, there is a fine line which is like slightly dark, which is going through, and that's what or some, there are more severe fractures where bones are divided into two sections, right? So there, which is easy to learn pattern, and then if you come to other body parts, then fracture would look like different. Now all these different types of patterns are, a human, when you tell them that, bone has been broken, it's easy to learn. But model does not learn that way. Like, because uh, model is just going by whether that pixel in that image is black or white. It has to understand the structure, that this is actually an object, and this object is supposed to be connected, but it's not connected smoothly. That means like some anomaly is there, and that is what we are trying to detect, right? So if you see in all these examples, like, say even though we are trying to detect just one disease, which is fracture, but it can be represented in like thousand million different ways, different for each different patients. And that's where the whole challenge lies, like, for the model to learn, like, how does it uh, go through all these images, even though there are variety, the way the disease, or let's say in fracture in this case, is represented, has so much variety and so much diversity. How can we still learn these different types of patterns and still able to predict for a new image whether they have fracture or not? Okay, that is where the whole challenge lies, and this is what we are trying to train in this machine. I'll present my screen again, just a second. Right. So just a second, my computer is stuck. Just a second, my computer is stuck. I'm just trying to present again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll just keep talking till it's coming. So, what we are trying to learn here is trying to learn these variety and diverse complex patterns, and trying to come up with a formula, for lack of better word, uh, which will understand the actual true difference between these diseases, like, fracture versus not fracture. And it will try to more data it sees, like, more different types of variety it like goes through in the training, more stronger and robust our algorithm becomes. So what happens is, once we have gone through enough fracture and non-fracture images, what starts happening after that is, like, our model, which is your software or your neural network, it will try to learn these patterns, and what it does is it will try to convert these patterns into formulas, which are uh, like, basic. Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So it will try to learn those complex patterns in a way that, if the model is presented with a new image of the different patient and different X-ray, it can still, even if the fracture
Dear participants, we are waiting for the speaker of the session. There are few technical challenges. Yeah, please unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, is it visible now? My screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Absolutely fine, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for the disruption. Like, my
Not an issue, sir.
computer got
It's
stuck.
our pleasure. No problem.
Yeah, so I was telling is like, so nowadays we have these smart deep learning algorithms, and how they differ is in the kind of input you require. So earlier, in earlier machine learning models, you need to give input data, plus you also need to give what kind of features there are. So, for example, if you are giving fracture, if you take the same fracture example, we also need to give the model information about where the fracture lies. Like, it's at the particular X, Y, Z coordinate that, go to 100 and 100, 150, and that's where we have the fracture. But now
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. May I request your video mode, please?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Sure. But nowadays the deep learning models, what they're doing is, if you just give the data, and it will automatically learn the feature by themselves. So, for example, if you're so in this particular case, the X-ray fracture example I took, there we are just giving the X-ray images as input, and we are just telling that it has fracture or not. But we are not telling that this is how the bones look like. This is where the fracture is present. This is how. This is a hairline fracture. This is the broken bone fracture, like that. And these kind of and this is hand, this is leg, this is X-ray, this is black, this is white. All these information we don't have to give and tell our model. These kind of features, like, these kind of features are being learned by the model in itself, and that is like what is making that helping us make these breakthroughs. Because you don't because earlier machine learning models, you would have to give 100 types of inputs, that, this is the image, this is the particular this is the, like, hand of the person, this hand is at the 90-degree rotation, this is at 45-degree rotation, the person is bending their hand, this is a finger, the finger looks white, the background looks black. If it's a broken fracture, then there will be a slight low intensity pixels of black in the array of white. And if it's a completely broken bone, then the two structures will be separate. So all this information you have to feed into the model. As in, feed into the model, you have to convert into a variable and feed into the model, so that model can use that variable in their formula. But the deep learning models we have today, they are able to learn these features, these patterns on their own, and that helps solving bigger and complex problems. It makes the solving those problems much faster. So what happens is, even though I'm not spending time in like understanding what kind of variables are required to learn the fracture related features, I have data, I know what's fracture, I know what's not fracture, and I'm just passing that to model, and model is learning remaining side features on its own. And that's where And that's what deep learning is actually. So if you deep learning is basically your, it's like hierarchy of like neural network and their structures. And what it does is it breaks down the features into multiple levels and tries to understand what are the small level features. So for example, the one example I gave you, like about the chest, X-ray fracture. Earlier, you would have to give input like, black, white, patient, hand, angle, etc. Everything. Now, consider these are like, 100 such variables. I am now deep learning model will identify what are these 100 independent variables. It will take the first 10 variables and it will try to combine them. That, this black and white thing is actually just telling me where the bones are, like in the x-ray we saw that background is black and the bones are comes out as white. So that part model is learning automatically in itself. So it will learn that by using these 10-15 variables, it will learn that white means bone, black means background. Then it creates another level hierarchy of features, which will have, let's say, instead of 100 now, those 100 have been resolved into 10. And it will just learn that bone is white, bone is long structure. If it's hand, it looks like this. If it's leg, the X-ray will look like this. If it's chest X-ray, it will look like in a certain way, and so on. Then on top of these features, there will be another layer which will try to combine these features and try to create more intelligent signals. So, for example, it will understand that if I put these 6 bones together, this is like the shoulder of the person in certain arrangement. If I put these 10 bones together in certain arrangement, these are like the fingers of the person, right? So these kind of patterns it will try to learn. And then on top of it, it will create another layer. Like now we got a hand, but whether the hand is healthy or not, whether it has fracture or not. And then that last layer is actually what we are after. We are trying to understand whether the person has fracture or not. But to come up with intelligence, whether the that hand X-ray has actual fracture or not, model has to model has to start from very low level features and keep on combining and building on top of it, and then come up with signals which can actually solve our problem. So these deep learning models are actually like doing that, like these and like building these features layer by layer and creating complex signals and intelligent signals which can be used to detect, like solving these complex problems. Okay. Why deep learning? Like why deep learning now? So like the machine learning and the neural networks have been present for decades, but there were some breakthroughs which happened in, like 2010, around 2010. I'll break down these breakthrough into 2 parts. One was the hardware and one was in the software side. So first happened in the hardware side. Now what happens is like how these deep learning models, the way I explained, like it has to first identify what are those 100 low level features which will help give me some information about patient X-ray. But to be able to do that, a model does not know these are the 100 variables. Actually, model will try like billions of possibilities. It will compute all these billions of variables and will try to identify out of these billion possibilities, what are the 100 important variables which are actually adding to some information or which are making sense. But to try out these billions of variables or try out billions of combinations, if model just if our computer or systems just start processing them one by one, it will take them years. It will just take them 2 years just to try out and process one image. And that's what used to happen, like in last century, like in 20th century, the hardware we had and the algorithms we had, they, if we would have tried to solve this chest fracture X-ray problem, it would have taken 1 year to just understand like 1 or 2 images. But over the time, the computer hardware advanced and people started this parallel computing. And so they just they started building these chips called GPUs. These are like or tensor processing units or graphical processing units. which are basically which can process up to, let's say, 10,000 or like even 1 lakh calculations in parallel, right? So for example, my existing CPU, like on the laptop on which I am presenting, that computer has 8 cores. It has 8 cores. That means it can do 8 calculations at the same time. Okay, so if I and when I say same time, I'm talking about nanoseconds. Like in general, in our computer, we open like 20 different applications, it still runs because it keeps changing. That 1 nanosecond it is working on Chrome, next nanosecond it comes to Microsoft Word, and then next nanosecond it goes to Notepad, and so on. And that's how it manages, like by switching. But because its computer is able to do all these things in nanoseconds, we don't observe any like delay or lag, and we just we feel like everything is happening very smooth. But when you are trying to solve problems at large, that you need to try billion variables for 10 lakh images, you need to do like billions is like already 10 to the power 9 into your 10 to the power 7. You're trying to do like 10 to the power 16 calculations overall. And to be able to do that, you need even if you switch and keep doing it, it will not suffice. It will still go in years. Now there are these particular chips, like you will have heard of graphics card or something. They already do that. What they do is they have, like, instead of, think of it like your computer actually can, even though it can do just 8, my laptop can just do 8 calculations parallel, but those calculations can be very powerful. Like it can be very complex logic also. What they did is they created these units that they divided this whole chip capacity into like smaller parallel processing units. So now instead of 8 cores, it has, let's say, 2,000 cores or 4,000 cores. But the capacity of the complexity of the calculation which we can do in each of the core is very small. So you can't do very complex operation, but you can do like plus, minus, divide, those kind of things. Now, but by dividing the chip into in that model enables us to do thousands of small calculations in parallel instead of doing 8 big calculations in parallel. And those graphics cards units and other processing units started building up in late 2010. And when that started happening, a lot of people went to their algorithms and they tried to change them. That the neural networks, the traditional neural networks which we were building, and how they were calculating and going about this computation was different. Like we were trying to do things sequentially, but let's try to do parallelly. They tried doing parallelly, but they were limited by 8 or 10 or 16 cores. But what now? They knew that if we break down our overall calculation, even the complex calculation, into smaller calculations of where it is individually, each component is just arithmetic operation, like plus, minus, divide, multiply, that's it. If I just break it down the whole calculation to this, then I can do like thousands of calculation in parallel. And that's what happened. Like once these GPU units came into existence, after that this ALEXNet, which in 2012, like this was one of the groundbreaking algorithms. It was created by a person named Alex something, I forgot the name, but that person converted an image processing algorithm into so many parallel smaller calculation that they can be done over those GPU units. And based on that, it solved a very complex image classification problem. Like given an image, it will try to identify whether the image has truck, car, cat, human, girl, boy, parents, scenery, etc. Right? And it worked. And there, it was, the error rate was just 15%, which is very remarkable at that time. Like that, this 15% means that if you run this algorithm on thousands of images, 85% time it will give you the correct output. It will give you correct prediction that it will accurately identify whether the image has car or which object. Like it has car, human, mobile, your orange, your laptop, your speaker, your table, etc. Like that. And that was one of the breakthrough moment. And the person created this algorithm, which he named LX network, and that was basis on which like a lot of innovation happened in last next couple of 5-6 years, still going on. And in that phase, like people took that approach and like optimized on it, created more complex algorithms to solve bigger problems. And then VG16 came, which reduced this, which is like introduced ReLU non-linearities and improved this error rate of 15% to 7%. Then Inception net came, which introduced multiple convolutional at the same depth. It's more now we are going into like details of how neural networks are working, and it reduced it to 5%. Then came ResNet. ResNet is one of the most common. It's called residual network. It's one of the most common algorithms used in medical images. It introduced skip connections, which introduced the accuracy of these models even further. And it brought it down to 3%. Like, imagine that, any image, if you give to this model in 97% cases, it is going to tell you what's there in the image, right? And then came Inception ResNet, which was combination of these two, which improved it further. And now this is like now and like even in the future, we are going towards self-learning model. So even these, so like I talked about like how we have data, we need to get 20 lakh of images, and then 20 lakh, in those 20 lakh images, we have to annotate, like, these images have fractures, these images don't have fracture, right? But now people are trying to build, people are doing research where we don't have to tag that. We give those 20 lakh images, which some of them will have fracture, some of them will have, some of them will not have fracture. But we don't need to go and explicitly tell even that part that, to model that, which one has fracture, which one does not have fracture. So you see, and people are like, having like great success in some of the problems where they don't need any annotation. It's automatically learning these patterns. And just tells you like how the technology is advancing. Like earlier, 2 decades ago, we were trying to solve problems by giving the like inputs and features at very low level. We are telling like this is black means background, white means both, and then build on top of it. Then we came to a place where we don't need to give low level features, we just need to give high level features that, it has fracture, it does not have fracture. Now people are trying to build algorithms which are just takes the data and learns it. Like, you give us 20 lakh images, it will tell you like these images have fracture, these images don't have fracture. It will automatically learn that these images have 5 fingers, this have 4 fingers, this has hypertrophy, this has like, the angle is not right. All these things it will start learning on its own, right? The next generation, like, next generation of product or next generation advancement would be on top of the self-learning. Like now, even for that self-learning models, you still need lots of data. Like, it's still we still have to feed like 20 lakhs of data. Now, can we achieve the same accuracy instead of 20 lakhs data, 20 lakh images? Can we achieve that in like, let's say 5,000 images or not, right? Basically think of it like humans. We have never seen any as humans. We have one person has, even if the person has not seen 100 of fracture images, but once they go through like 20-30 images, they will understand like how fracture looks like, and for other images they can tell whether that image has fracture or not. But so it's not impossible, but it's possible. So can we make our machines that smart that they can also do that kind of predictions in very fewer number of images? And that's what we are trying to do. So here your next set of advancement is that without telling the input features at all, how can model learn? And the next set would be like, can we do that in very small data sets? Then in COVID, there were people who were trying to especially in the initial stage, in the till February, March of 2020, because that time we didn't have enough COVID data or how it looks like, what are the variations. People were trying to train this, like, they knew, okay, I have these 100 scans where I know for sure we have COVID, and based on that scan can be build models which can predict whether other people will have COVID or not. So to build, and people were made, got decent success with that as well. Like, with just hundreds of images, they tried different architectures and models which could learn and detect like complex patterns for and predict for other patients as well. Yeah. Now I just spoke about like how deep learning is evolving and how it's learning these patterns, but I'll talk about like some of the challenges when we are trying to do this in healthcare space. Like, we understand like, AI is there and deep learning is there, but when we apply it on the healthcare space, what are the challenges we face? I'll just take a moment and see if anybody has any questions.
Please go ahead, sir.
Sure. Okay. So one thing, one of the biggest challenges, like as I said about, is medical data. Like, the X-ray fracture problem I talked about. Like, people need lakhs of data, like, lakhs of images where we have fracture, lakhs of images where we don't have fracture. But getting that kind of data is not possible for everybody, and it's not possible in other domains. Like, X-rays are quite common, so you still can get it. If everybody combine their forces, all the hospitals and research institutes combine, they can actually get that kind of data. But if you take other problems, like, you're trying to do cancer detection, or you're doing genome sequencing, like those kind of problems, you won't getting that level of data which is of that good quality and which is tagged and annotated really well is really difficult. So getting good quality medical data and getting good quality medical data in large amount is still a challenge for all the medical fraternity, even right now. One of the reasons is also there that in medical data, in a lot of our legacy systems, they are not designed to they're not designed to store and manage data for a very long time, which can be processed for different types of deep learning applications. But that is changing with the technology. People are now focusing on that, and that will help train more complex problems in the future. And that's how, and even some of the problems where we don't have the data, and that's how it will go ahead and even if we can't solve that today, we will be able to solve it tomorrow once we collect enough data. I got one question, which is how best machine learning models are useful in predicting life-threatening diseases. So I'll give you one example. Okay, so I don't know the exact technical details, but I know the concepts. So pardon my medical knowledge, like, if I make a mistake somewhere, but I'll just explain you, like, what's the underlying concept and how it works. So let's take cancer, for example. So cancer is just tumor growth, right? You will have these tumor in your body, and that just keeps growing. Okay, and it's like, it's a malicious cell which is like, multiplying itself and it's growing, like, this already. Now what happens is, in general, when the tumor starts becoming big, it's create other problems, and it has other symptoms. That time the patient goes to the doctor and gets their treatment, and they analyze the they can analyze the scan, what's the extent, they can analyze the tumor, what's the extent of the tumor, and from that tumor, how do we contain it, what's the spread, and based on that they decide their course of action, that what needs to be done to treat this patient. Now, so there are two ways here AI can help in this cancer treatment. Now, One is that once the patient when the patients are going to detect going through diagnosis step, like they have the symptoms and they are going through scans, like if you before you do the surgery, you want to know, like, where the surgery is required, right? I see that, somewhere in my uh, I don't know, like, let's say in my head, I have tumor, but I can't open the person's scalp and then go through, then go through, see, like, to check where the tumor are. But what they can do, they take these scans and they can take the scans at different levels. So, like, this is my head, so I'll take a scan at this cross section, I'll take this at this cross section, and so on. And that way, what will happen is, if the tumor is spread in multiple levels and what's the extent, all of that we can analyze beforehand. And even if you don't have symptoms here, you can do those scans and quickly check. You can quickly check whether the tumor has spread there or not. Now, doing this for so many images for one person, like if you take these scans at 1 millimeter, it will be like 2,000 images. And if the doctor, like, your oncologist, like, who are very rare in India, and if they try to go through all these 2,000 images of one patient, it will take them 1 hour per patient. Now, such precious doctor who can save their life, if they are spending one hour just to, just like go through those images, it's like waste of their time and value. So what that you can train your AI model to make it learn that, this is how tumor looks like. This becomes whiter in these radiology scans, and AI can process that part, and AI can help your oncologist that, instead of 2,000 images, you need to go through just only these 12 images which have the tumor present and it's visible and it's located at this particular area. And that oncologist, which was spending 1 hour in going through those images, can do that whole analysis of that patient in just 1 minute, right? And this is like just the power of AI and computer vision and image processing. Like the one example I talked about, fracture, same thing, similar model you can train for cancer tumors, and it can quickly save oncologist's time. That is one way it can help in saving time. Another way is detection. Now, when the tumor is very big, it's very easy to visualize that, in head, left temporal bone, we go there and we have a tumor of 10 millimeter diameter, and it can be it's visible. Doctor can decide the next course of action. But when the tumor is very fine, when it's very early stage or the spread is very minor, it's hard. Now imagine that in an image of 1,000 cross 1,000 pixels, doctor has to analyze it really, spend their time and try to find out whether that fine small white pixel you see in the 1,000 images is actually a tumor or not. It's hard, and when you ask that doctor to do this on 2,000 images, it's very likely that that pixel gets missed. And it's hard also because it's not just the tumor which will look like white and gray, but there will be a lot of other tissues in the body which will look white also. So to be able to differentiate whether it's a tumor or whether it's is it a tumor or it's a bone or a tissue, it becomes little hard, right? So let me just.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, if at all you would like to have his 5 minutes break, please go ahead, sir. We'll wait here.
No worries, it's all right. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Just a second. I'm just going to present different window. Okay. So you see here in this one, it's a liver MRI scan, and if you see here, it's trying to show this light gray section you see is sort of tumor, and that's what. Now, if you see this is not the only thing which is coming as light gray. There are a lot of other things are also coming like that. And how do you differentiate whether that's a tumor or other kind of tissue? There are multiple types of pathologies which look similar. Now, to be able to do that analysis and be able to tell that requires you to go through different cross sections of the patient scans and analyze different things. Now, your oncologist definitely can do it, but again, it's time taking, and the accuracy will not be accuracy may drop, like person is tired, or if the image is very difficult, they can miss out. But if you train your machines for such image for such final problems with good enough data, then after that machine, once you do that part once, after that machine learns, it will automatically detect, even if that tumor is fine, even if you have to detect, differentiate between that tumor or some other pathology or other tissue, it can easily differentiate, right? So in terms of accuracy and time saving, it makes a lot of difference. And the thing is, the third thing, which I was coming to get checked by whether I have any cancer or not today. Like, I don't have any symptoms, but I want to get it checked. Now, I can go and get my MRI scan done, and based on that, I can, some radiologists can tell that oh, whether you have a tumor or not. I'll get to know. But think about it, like, we are billion people in our country. If all the billion people want to go and get tested for cancer, like, there are not enough oncologists or doctors who can do that kind of analysis and tell us that whether you have cancer or not. And it's just not possible. So to be able to do these early diagnosis in these life-threatening diseases, what we need is automation of these early detection. See, treatment of a severe disease, you can involve your senior oncologist, but for early detection, you want to use their precious time for such severe cases. But AI can help screen, like, millions and like billions of people in no time. Like, if we can build AI for these tumor detection, it can tell me within like 30 seconds or 1 minute that whether in my scan was there any tumor detected or not. And that is scalable. I don't need to get more doctors for it. Like, if I want to run a mass screening program, I can't do it with manual power. Only machines can do it. And that's where, like, AI's power comes in terms of accuracy, in terms of saving the time, precious time of doctor. And third being like making the screening possible, which is not possible today. You if everybody goes for just cancer screening, all the billion people, like, we don't have enough doctor. Like, it will take us, like, months to get our reports if everybody goes together, right? So, and that's how system helps. Like, we can get our blood pressure test by machine. Like, we don't need to go to a doctor, right? We can check our in today's date, blood pressure is, like, completely machine. Like, no doctor is involved. So that's what we are trying to do for even complex diseases. And even at Synapsica, like, we are trying to solve one of such disease for spine. I'll walk you through in more detail, like, how we are doing and what we are doing. We are not targeting cancer kind of life-threatening disease, but you can draw the analogy into other fields also, and see how it can impact, right? Okay, so I have some other questions on how AI can make radiology scan faster, how the role of deep learning in clinical trial research, and AI can help early detection disease markers such as cancer. Oh yeah, so I'll take the last question first, which is, can AI help us to make early detect disease markers such as cancer biomarkers? Yes, absolutely. Like, that's what a lot of people are doing. Like, a lot of research institutes in medical research institutes are already working on it, and they have, like, very good success in some of the early detection of cancer. Even in India, there are, like, I know at least two, three startups, who are trying to solve this problem. And this is what they are. Some of them are, so there again, there are two ways to go about it. One is, like, once the patient has it, like, doing the analysis of the person who already has a cancer using AI. Another is early detection, which is more being delivered as a patient care, as in, like, any regular patient wants to go and get the scans done and want to know what are the disease they have, whether the fine tissue is that could develop into cancer or not. Those things you can do today, and that all is coming through data. As I said, the first challenge I talk about, medical data, that is the one, because earlier we don't had the data, but now people are storing that data. one person who went for a scan 5 years ago, and where the doctor said they don't have cancer, and after 5 years, when person went for the same scan, and when they found that the person has cancer now. Now, after once you get to know that that person has cancer in, let's say, their chest related tissues. Now, if you try to analyze how their chest scan looked like 5 years ago, and then try to correlate, like, was there any abnormality which was present in 5 years ago, which may not look like tumor, but could have resulted into tumor over the next 5 years. That kind of analysis requires that time series based data. We need to get scans done at each interval and note down the history, and note down what happened in the future, what was the surgical action, what was the action taken, and how it impacted. And when you link all these scans at different times, then you get this information. So this is how AI is learning. AI does not learn when you tell me that, oh, I have cancer today. If you take my scan, you will see the tumor. That will just help me do the analysis of the current state, but it will not help me predict the one. What will help me predict is, if I have the same scan of the same patient over different time, like before they had cancer and after they had cancer, then you can try to build models that try to analyze these patterns, and whether those if you can predict those patterns which will result into cancer after 5 years or 20 years or not. See, this comes around to the main again the same problem. Okay, same feature. So remember, I talked when I was talking about deep learning, I was telling you that deep learning is advanced technique which can learn features on its own. And that's the crux, that's the innovation. Like, that's what's making difference. Here, even if as a human, you are able to think of 100 features. I was telling about fracture, right? It has to learn like black and white, bones, fingers, everything. You will be just thinking of like 20 different features or 100 different features. But if there are hidden patterns or hidden, features which are not, which are hard to be detected by which are hard to detect by your human intelligence, your model still can do it. Like, model is not limited. Model has certain level of intelligence, and it is trying to do that on its own. And sometimes, like, even if not 100% of it, sometimes it can identify the patterns which humans can't. Like, we may not be able to link, like, my scan over 5 years and try to identify whether this 5-year-old scan can tell me whether I will have a cancer 5 years later or not. But a machine can, and that is what's happening, and that's what is actually helping us save these lives, and by doing these early cancer detection. Yeah. Okay, so then there are more questions like how AI can make radiology scan faster. Okay, so this one I'll take. This is easy. So what happens is when you have radiology scans, now this is not just software. This is going a little bit into hardware as well. Like, earlier what's happening in, if you take CT scan, how one CT scan is basically your 3D projection. So instead of taking a 3D image, what they're doing is they're taking multiple images at different cross section and then constructing a 3D volume of the person. But now what happens is, to do that analysis, I want to be sure whether I'm covering each part of the body or not. So these cross sections which I'm taking at each horizontal plane, they have to be like, very close. Like, normally they are like 0.5 millimeter apart from each other, or 0.25 millimeter apart in very advanced high-tech CT machines. Now, if I do this, like, I need to take like 3,000 just to cover like my my neck till abdomen. Like, I'll have to take 3,000 images just to cover at 0.5 millimeter, and that's like, if I have to click 3,000 photos, it will take more time. But nowadays what happens is and again, even in terms of photos also, if you if you take if you take a camera which is taking a small image of, let's say, 100 by 100 versus a camera which is taking a high resolution image of 1000 by 1000, the other camera will take more time using the same hardware, right? So now what AI is doing is some of these, and when you take 3000 scans, like, sometimes you have to rotate the angle and of the camera, etc., and do all these things manually. A lot of this you can automate through AI. AI can determine, like, how the camera should move forward. AI can AI based automations are present in hardware, which are like, rather than going to one level and then taking a scan and going to one level, another taking scan, it's like in one scheme of motion, it's taking quickly all those photos very fast. Even if they're blurred or something, you can, it does not get blurred, but like that we can configure, but you can enhance it. So, and another thing is, like, I was talking about 100 cross versus 100 cross 100 versus 1000 cross 1000 image. Even if you take 100 cross 100 image, which will save your image taking time, you can, using AI, you have these super resolution algorithms which will enhance the quality, and which can interpret, like, what was there in the image. Even your low quality image can be converted to high quality image, and will give you good quality image with lesser times, right? And these are like 3-4 ways, like how AI is helping in small steps, and overall impact of this, all these small steps result into a overall faster scanning time. Okay. Then there is one more question on AI can help early detect disease markers such as cancer. But no, this we covered. Explain the role of deep learning in clinical trial research. Yeah. Okay. So, okay. So this I can explain. Now let's take COVID vaccine example. So when people were trying to create COVID vaccine, so what happens is, you need to analyze a lot of data. Let's say that you have sequenced the virus, and like this is how the virus works, and you have created and once you sequence, you can create their simulations using AI, how virus will behave, how virus will spread, how virus will multiply itself, and how it will affect the body. Now you want to build a vaccine, so you want to try out different like in lack of better word, chemicals, or like the molecules, and see how they react with the virus and genes, and how it counters it or affects it or stops it or controls it. In that case, the virus in the simulation you came up with, like, let's say there are like 1 million possibility how virus can mutate and spread and like multiply and behave in the body. So there are like 1 million possibility here in terms of what all chemical or what all substances will work with that. There are billions of possibilities, right? Now what you need to try is like try all the combination of million versus these million with these billion counters, and then million versus billion, that becomes like 10 to the power 15 such possibilities, and then you need to do that experiment somewhere in the lab and see whether it counters the virus or not. If you try to go and do these 10 to the power 15 experiments, it will take us like years to just do that, and that's just not possible. But these softwares which are running on very high compute infrastructure, they can do this very fast. So what they do is they try to create a simulation of your like virus behavior. They try to create simulations of all these billion medicines or chemical or vaccine material, and based on that how it reacts and how it affects. Now you can run these 10 to the power 15 million, like 10 to the power 6 into 10 to the power 9, these 10 to the power 15 combination in the computer itself, and computer will test that if I this kind of virus behavior, if I mix it with this kind of vaccine material, how it will react, whether it will stop the virus or not. Then you run all these 10 to the power 15 simulations and check in how many of these combinations were we able to stop the virus or not. And basically it's like running 10 to the power 15 experiment in the lab which will take 3 years, running those 3 years experimenting in 3 years of experiment into, let's say, 3 hours or something like that. So what it, in nutshell, what it allows us to do is, it allows us to run more experiments in less time. And like basically what you're running, basically all the chemical reactions you are not actually doing on the lab, you're doing it on computer. Like you have put your models into computer, which are very smart and which can understand how these chemicals react and behave with each other. And that's what we are doing in computer itself. And but if once you put that logic into computer, you can run your 10 to the 15 experiment in the computer. Which one works best, that you can try in your research lab, and that you can try on your, like, trial subjects, your the animals and the humans, etc., and see in reality also whether that's true or not. Because in some cases, if the information is missing, it could be different. But just being able to compress that 3 years of experiment into 3 hours or 3 minutes, depending upon how fast is your, or how fast is your computer infrastructure, that just accelerates the vaccine trials or all these clinical research trials. Can we use AI for aerospace research? Yes, definitely. Like, think about it. Like, all about Vikram lander, which went to dark side of the moon like 2 years back, our ISRO's lander. Now, that was one landing where nobody has tried and nobody knew like how the surface looks like, what happens in that environment, etc. Right? But what we are trying to do in these computer softwares is use all the information we have, like how these environmental variable works, how the gravitational works, how these friction works, how these different variables, different things work, and based on that, how the lighting will work, how the intensity, moisture, wind, etc. Everything will change, and based on that, we are trying to create these simulated environments, and we are training our models that if you face XYZ amount of XYZ type of environment, do this kind of action. If you run into like ABC kind of environment, do this kind of action. And that's what happening. Then when that Vikram, the carrier of Vikram lander, I forgot the name, when it was traveling, going through the dark side of the moon, that time it didn't, it had an idea, but it can come up, it can encounter a lot of unknown variables, right? And what to react in that scenario, we may not know. We realize that there are, meteors coming that way. So what to do in that kind of situation? AI, so it's already carrying its own intelligence algorithms with it, which has been simulated and trained on the Earth. And based on that, it's making that decision in the real time. And that's how it's navigating and finding the correct location where it has to land and it has to do its activities. And that's where it's going through. And that's how it traveled all the way through and went, reached so close. It's just that, think of it like, in the end, those unknown variables, like, the kind of model we trained, there might have been a couple of other scenarios for which we may not have trained it, or which we not have never thought of, and those might have occurred, and that's why this couldn't do the last 1% part correctly. But the rest of the 99% is all like AI, it's making that decision in space in unknown environment, based on previously learned patterns. Yeah. Okay, I'll quickly go to the challenges. In challenges, I talked about data. I talked about annotation, how getting good quality tag data and annotated data, which is required to learn good models, is difficult. Deep technical knowledge, again, to be able to implement all these complex ideas into a code or something, you need a lot of technical expertise, which is not a challenge given that in India, it's now everybody's getting there. Converting subjective medical problems into quantitative and measurable problems. This is one important problem. In one thing which is there in medical, whether I have fracture is still binary, but let's say whether somebody has slip disc or not, it's still, even though it's still subjective. Like, one doctor will say, oh, the person does not have anything, they don't need to go do anything, they are healthy, it's okay, just take medicine. Another person for the same patient will come and say, no, you need to go and get this surgery done so that it gets cured. And these kind of subjective opinions may work in real life because doctors are human and they can take there are like other alternatives. But when we are trying to train AI models, that time we don't have this luxury of subjectivity. We need to be consistent. Models, these are machines. They can't learn with like random subjective opinions. They only learn by consistent patterns. So this problem is there. Like whenever you solve any medical problem, ultimately you are trying to convert a medical problem into a quantitative problem. So that conversion has to be right. If when we are tagging that this is fracture and this is not fracture, it should not happen that the same similar type of images we have tagged as fracture and similar type of images in one case we have tagged as non-fracture. Then it will not learn. Model will get confused. So the consistent data and so the consistency in medical criteria, these are very important to have true impactful models. Then comes to model validation. So for example, like the simulation we talked about and everything, like in some of these cases, we have already, like in vaccines and everything, we have already done that part, that how can we take these laboratory experiment to computer, and then computer can make a decision what's working, what's not working. But in a lot of other medical problems, we still don't have that answer. So we still need to do those model validation in real, by real doctors or real other experts. And what happens is, let's say if your model is working well for, let's say in India, but it may not work, same model may not work well for US, right? So those kind of things, like how do you make your models like robust and generic enough, which can solve bigger and diverse kind of problems. So for example, very common example is TB. In India, 1/3 of the people have TB, right? But in US, because of their economy, their less pollution, etc., like TB is very rare, right? So if I train a model of TB on US population, US population's data or US population scan, and try to use it on India, it will not work because they don't have that many variations of TB, or TB is not that prevalent there. The way it's in India. So in still building these AI problems, and like for vaccine also, like, people built vaccine for COVID, the variant 1, but when the Delta variant came, the researchers had to go back into the laboratory that, we need to test out whether the same vaccine will work for the Delta variant or not. They came up with numbers that, even with this Delta variant, it works with this much efficacy, etc. But they had to do that analysis. Now tomorrow, if third variation comes, then again we'll have to go back and check whether the vaccine is still effective or not. It may happen that the virus mutates itself in a way where the vaccine is not ineffective. Then the vaccine is ineffective. In that case, we will have to create another type of vaccine and do all these simulations again, right? Okay, I'll just quickly talk about the overcoming these challenges, which I talked about in last slide. So one is better medical data management. We already talked about it, like how, if we store the data and if we able to link these data, it can give us better results. Like taking a scan of the person before they had cancer and after that cancer helps us learn if a person who is in very early stage, whether they can have cancer after 20 years or not. So these kind of medical data warehousing and medical data linking and metadata storage will actually help us solve next level of complex problems. Then smart data annotation, we still need experts, and people are coming up with smarter techniques to label data. As I said, to label the data, we'll need medical experts, but people are coming with algorithms which can, let's say, label data in 90% cases, so that experts have to spend their time only in 10% cases. Then people are also researching in areas where we don't even need to tag any data, like about the fracture I told, you just give us image, it will learn whether that has fracture, whether it has the extra finger anomaly, whether the person is angle is different, or any tissue damage is there. All these things it will learn on its own. software we need. Software and hardware, we are making great progress as a whole research fraternity. For deep learning, Python, PyTorch, TensorFlow, these are some of the main programming languages and frameworks which are being used across the world. Hardware, as I said, I talked about GPU-based parallel computing devices are there. NVIDIA is one of the biggest. NVIDIA and Intel, AMD, these are one of the biggest players in that space, who are building different devices for which work for different need of different problems. Standardizing medical criteria, consistency is the key. Just the same point I talked about. Like, it can't be a subjective opinion that, I feel that, it's the person is healthy, other person feel is not healthy. The last one is smooth integration with existing workflows. One thing which is there is like, people are building AI, but how does that AI get used, right? Especially when we are trying to change practices or existing practices, we feel a lot of resistance from doctors or existing practitioners. So that to do able to do that, not just building smart intelligence solution is required, but we also need to work on how these solutions are getting deployed, right? Okay. One thing which I want to talk about, I think we covered this in that faster MRI scan X-ray already. But in general, whenever we think about AI, this is very common that people go ahead and they think that it's just one. It's one problem which we are trying to solve and which will solve everything. When we say how it can detect cancer, it's not just that there will be one model which will say like, oh, you have cancer, you have not. No, it does not work like that way. It's not one innovation which solves these problems. Like the whole cancer treatment or X-ray fracture detection or any problem, or even aerospace research and space exploration, all these things, if you take, they require solving so many smaller problems, and these are like building blocks of the bigger problem, and we solve each of the small problems to come up with a solution which works for the overall problem. So in the fast scan X-ray, faster scanning, I talked about like different techniques where we use AI, right? The actual scan process involved like 3-4 components, and we are trying to use AI to automate each of these parts and make it faster, and that's how overall time gets reduced. So similarly, whenever you're approaching any research problem, like I think this is applicable, break down into some small sub problems, and then try to see like in each of the small sub problems, can we apply AI and how can we solve it? And that's how your overall bigger problem will get solved. This is like the general thinking of this is the way generally humans also think, as in when they go to space, like they don't say that, oh, I'll make an AI algorithm which will just fly the rocket. No, it's not like that. You break it down into like 100 different problems, and you solve each of the problem one by one, and you combine the solution, and AI in application in general, like the impactful problems might be bigger, but AI is being applied in smaller sub problems, and then we are combining them to solve a much bigger problem. Okay, next I'll talk about a case study where this is what the work we are doing at Synapsica, where we are automating the spine radiology scans using artificial intelligence. Before, and I'll walk you through some of the things and what we are doing. But if you have any questions so far, just let me know. Okay, I'll just try to cover it in next 5 minutes. I think I overran the time. Then we can take last 5 minutes for any questions we have. Okay, so here, what's the problem we are trying to solve? This is the problem we are trying to solve: detection of chronic spine diseases. Spine is like one of the most common problem in like elderly, like 80% of the people above age of 50 have spine related injuries or spine related degenerations. It's one of the like number one cause of years lived with disability, number fourth rank in disability adjusted for life years, and in general there are like multiple ways spine related diseases can be detected. The most common one are your MRI, your X-ray, and CT scan. So your spine X-ray, spine MRI, and spine CT scan. So at Synapsica, we have built AI-based algorithm to detect chronic spine diseases in MRIs and stress X-rays. Okay. So what we are trying to do here, I'll just explain in the flow like how we are using. So this is, we have created a software which works end to end till the image is captured, till the report goes to the patient, and how we are using AI in each of the step in the whole process to automate the flow and improve the accuracy of the result which is going to the patient, and making the output or the report going to the patient more transparent, objective, and understandable. So here, when I go through, like, just observe, like, same thing, like we are trying to solve spine, but again, it's not happening that, we start detecting that, oh, spine has this disease, and done. No. To actually make a difference, like, to automate spine reporting, we have to again solve a lot of smaller building blocks, like a lot of smaller sub problems. And we are using AI in a lot of these smaller problems, and then combining that solution and putting that in one platform, and which is actually adding the value. So what happens is, initially, whenever the patient goes for a scan, they go to a diagnostic center or hospital, they get their MRI or X-ray spine taken, and after that, like, somebody has to go through, take the printout and go through it, look at these images, and radiologist pass the images to radiologist. But all of that automatically is getting by our software uploaded on the a cloud-based platform where the scans are present digitally, right? After that, on that platform, even if you get like spine, X-ray, knees, shoulder, any scans which is taken for patient, our AI algorithm can automatically identify what are the spine-related images. Okay, it's automatically identifying that, and it is filtering out from the rest of the group. And based on that, if the spine scan is taken at different orientation, it's also telling you that, this is the flexion orientation for lumbar, this is neutral orientation for cervical, etc. All that manual task which radiologist or another technician would have done is automated and being done by AI. Right. Then when AI starts analyzing these spine-related images, and what it does is it counts these vertebrae. Vertebrae are like, bone structures which are stacked on top of each other to constitute the spine anatomy. And that labeling and naming, which where radiologists spend a lot of time, that has been automated using our AI software. Then how once the after that, the case is automatically going to a particular radiologist based on their specialty and availability and expertise, and that also again is being done by our intelligence software. Then when the doctor opens the case of that patient, they will have these biomarkers, like, these yellow dots you see and the vertebral labels, which helps identify the key points which radiologist needs to analyze the spine diseases. And doctors or the radiologists who are looking at these biomarkers, they can quickly verify whether everything looks right or not, or if they want, they can adjust them as well. And if they feel like everything what's being detected by AI looks perfect, then they just click on one button, and it automatically processes biomarkers and does all the analysis, like what kind of diseases could be present in the patient, what's the extent, what's the grade of the disease, and it converts that into a detailed report with illustrations and visualizations, and explaining the detail why you have this disease, where you have this disease. These visualizations will be there, and the measurement will also be there, and whether it's a severe, what's the severity level, all those things will be present. So even if a patient goes and looks at the report, they can understand what's happening with their body, right? If you take your regular radiology reports, it's just bunch of paragraphs, like, they will write just 10 lines, which is subjective opinion of the radiologist. But here what we are trying to do is, we are trying, but so bunch of subjective opinions in radiology. But if you go for your blood test or your hemoglobin test, when you get a pathological report, you don't have to, you can interpret the report by yourself. You know that this says my the healthy blood pressure is like from 70 to 110. My blood pressure is 113, so I am above the normal limit, so I need to reduce my blood pressure. Now we are trying to do the same for radiology. Like, how can we use AI to make an objective report which is more understandable and more accurate and faster for doctors and patients, right? This is the diagram how technically it happens. Like, I'll just quickly cover it in 1 minute. The scan is taken at the X-ray machine. It goes to our cloud-based server, which is hosted on our Synaptica server. Then automatically AI runs on top of it, and AI detects these biomarkers, vertebral labels, and all the other pathology analysis. And after that, radiologist is reviewing that those analysis AI results. If the radiologist does not have to spend like 45 minutes in a regular scenario and say that, oh, whether this is right or not, and do all these things. Radiologist can quickly just analyze the AI findings, and if everything looks fine, they can just click one button and it will automatically generate the report. So we are saving around 30-35 minutes in radiologist analysis, and in the report generation, if they are spending like 15-20 minutes, that also is like just one click, right? So that's where we are reducing the whole 1 hour process into, like, 2 to 3 minutes. Right. This is how it looks in action. Like, it's our platform where even before radiologist opens the case, they know whether that which patient requires more attention. They say it's here, and it sorts them that, this patient is most critical, where 92% AI has predicted that 92% probability of severity, and these two we require attention, where AI has predicted 51% chances of something abnormal. And these 4 patients look normal, so they have been ranked lower, so that, like, doctors know where to pay attention first. And these are the visualizations and vertebral labeling and other annotations we are showing to doctors, so that they can quickly understand and make sense of the whole structure, right? Then there are other analytics based optimizations as well, but we can go through in details. That's it from my presentation. I wanted to spend more time on the Synaptica product, but I think we covered most of the topic. I'll take any questions if you have.
Sir, we have a few questions in the chat box.
Yeah, on the chat box, those questions I addressed in the...
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, I think we covered all of them.
Yes, sir.
So
Sir,
one thing which I want to like, so this is on the question of there is a question on whether AI can help us early detect disease biomarkers, cancer biomarkers. So this is what I wanted to show. So this is not for cancer, but this is for spondylolisthesis and spine injuries. We are detecting these key biomarkers, which are used, these yellow dots, which are used to identify whether people have like vertebral displacement or in angular or translational way or not. So this is for spine chronic diseases, but the same concept can be applied for other domains and even for cancer as well.
Thank you, sir. Sir?
Yeah. So that's it from my side. Even if you have any other questions, I'll just write my email ID here. So just do reach out to me, and I'll be happy to talk to anybody later on. And if you want to discuss any research project, or if you want to collaborate, that's also right. And we are a research team trying to do new things in radiology space. I know, like at AU, like we are trying like high tech, new advanced research, and if in biotech, pharmacy, radiology, or even for technical collaboration, if you want to discuss and just want to chat, even that's all right. I'll be happy to get in touch and collaborate with you.
Great note, sir. Thank you. Sir, we have a couple of so many apps and we can download in our mobiles.
Yeah.
But how far it is, how can we trust them whether the data is reliable or not? As far as we are concerned, to BP, sugar, or ECG like that.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's actually very good concern that data reliability, and that has been actually there is no simple answer to it. It's like, who is your source, the person who's collecting that data. It's like how much you trust them. It just comes down to that. Let's say if you are taking wearing a smartwatch which is collecting your ECG data, which is monitoring your heartbeat and pulse rate, etc. Yeah, somebody is using that data now, and without data you can't do the analysis. That's also there, but yeah, you have to trust them, or you go with the trusted partners only. This we saw in, even in social media. We see, earlier people were very happy to share their data, post on Facebook and Instagram, but now people see that how that data is being used for a lot of other things, and people are seeing these lot of privacy concerns. Their data is getting leaked, misused. Their data is being used for promotions or targeting ads. But these are some of the side effects we are getting, and government and is now looking into it, trying to regulate how the data can be used and putting restrictions onto it. For example, in India, the patient private data is still, we don't have any regulation, but in US and other Western countries, you see the data, we call it like PHI, patient health information, is very well regulated, and there are very restrictions, and you need, and they have certain certification to check whether somebody is following certain policies to make sure the data is secure or not. And so what you can look for certain things like the organization you're working with. Are they HIPAA compliant? Are they ISO compliant? Are they SOC 2 compliant? These are some of the certificates which are trying to regulate whether the private data is being secured or not. And if that is one way to check for trusted partners, but avoiding it completely would be difficult. Only it can come through more regulatory, more regulation in this space, which is coming. I think our government is also trying to bring a data bill, and maybe whenever that goes live, you will start seeing the similar things happening in India also.
Thank you, sir. Sir, how can we overcome the privacy concerns of the patient when we talk about AI in healthcare?
So one thing I think, so there are two ways to do it. So one is one way is what we need to do essentially is build trust with the patient. Okay, so patient is coming. Patient does not know how the data can be used, because they get the scan done, but after that they don't know where it's being stored or not. So I think that building that trust is key, and another is having very transparent, being transparent is important. Okay, so now what happens is if you have to build that trust, you can get these certifications in for your organization, that you get your ISO, HIPAA, SOC 2, etc., just to make which will regulate that all the data is the patient information, personal information is not going. Even if my chest X-ray is going, the information, whether that chest X-ray belongs to Kuldeep, that information should not be used in research. So those kind of restrictions are there. If the data is being kept in a storage or cloud, whether that cloud is secure or not, right? So those kind of things are important, right? So for so those kind of things are being covered by these certifications. So when you have these audits, these things are being checked every 3 months or 1 month, right? So if you have these certifications, it helps the patient build some trust. Second thing is about transparency. Now, if you are using, see, a lot of medical institutions, if you go to AIMS or, even in some of the other institute nowadays, when you go and take your scan done, you are signing a form where they are saying that your data is not just going to be used for your treatment, but it will also be used for research purposes. But they say that it will be used only for research purposes, and your patient privates, your personal information will not be used, right? So that is a good way to do it, right? If you have to use it, like if you're using it for ethical reasons, so you can list down those reasons and you say like this is the list, and we are taking responsibility for it, that your personal information will not go out. And but apart from that, we will make sure that it will not be used for anything, and you give us your consent. So in that case, like you are not keeping the person in doubt, like you are being transparent. So what happens is, like if you give them guarantee that if you're using it just for research and just like data which is used for medical reasons but not your personal information, I don't need to use what's my mobile number and email number to analyze whether I have a fracture or not. So those kind of things, details, if you write, patient is more comfortable that okay, I can get my scan, I can contribute to the research by giving my data, as well as I don't risk my privacy, and I trust these organization by taking these certifications, right? So that way, like this institutional change has to come in every aspect. Then only it will become easier for everybody to trust each other and still get the research done.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Dear sir, Kuldeep Singh Chauhan ji, thank you so much for your valuable inputs and valuable lecture. And you gave an energetic and informative talk about the role of artificial intelligence in biotech companies for diagnostics and vaccines. Your talk comprising of artificial intelligence in healthcare, like faster radiology scans, automating manual tasks by doctors, early detection of severe diseases, faster vaccine trial, faster drug discovery, voice-based report dictation, better health monitoring, 3D visualization of anatomical structures, robotic surgery assistance, gene editing, better diagnosis and patient treatment by managing medical data are clearly explained by you, sir. And you have explained us regarding the deep learning models, image processing evolution, various challenges like medical data, data annotations, deep technical knowledge, converting subjective medical problems into quantitative and measurable problems, model validation, turning AI models for variety of demographic and geographies, adoption of AI, AI-based building blocks, case study of automatic spine radiology scans using AI. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, dear Kuldeep ji. Yeah, we had a energetic and a dynamic lecture for this 2 hours. Despite of your health condition, the kind of cooperation and the kind of dedication you showed, I mean, throughout the 2 hours time is really hats off to you, sir. Uh, and I express my deep gratitude for this. And you have clarified all our doubts very patiently, including me and, of course, all our delegates. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. It was wonderful interacting with you. I got like a lot of questions, like which I really liked. Like initially I thought like I'm just the only one speaking, but I really liked interacting, and it's an absolute pleasure. Like have being part of this series and given a chance to present to everybody. We are like I see like some of the people like I see in chat, like they are already working in some in similar areas, and would love to collaborate, and we can always find opportunities to work together. And even if not collaboration, if you just want to chat or something, like my email ID is there, we can always get in touch and just discuss more. It's like fascinating field and exciting times we are living in. It's always a great pleasure to just discuss ideas and exchange insights.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, we stay for 2 minutes in the video mode to take a picture with all the delegates.
Sure.
I request the delegates to please come into video mode to have a pic with sir.
Ma'am, can I proceed?
Yes, please.
I request all the delegates to please come into the video mode. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ma'am,
Is it okay? Is it okay, or shall we go for one more shot?
like everyone is in off video mode, ma'am. Yeah, just now we are reconnected.
Yes.
Yes, delegates, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you. Jagdish Garu, would you like to add something? Please, you're most welcome.
In fact, Kuldeep, sir, we are having so many drugs in the database in the drug information system, which is available in the public domain.
Yeah.
Another thing is there are so many reported cases which are already present with drug-drug interactions and adverse drug reactions, which are already available in the open domain. So, do you have any idea about this artificial intervention, artificial intelligence intervention to find a prescription drugs, to find out immediately a doctor to get the idea that I'm prescribing a medicine in so and so condition of a patient. So it may cause the adverse effect or it is contraindicated with a simultaneous medication. So do you have any idea in this healthcare system at present?
So actually, there are some companies which are already working on in this direction, and some research is already being done. But there is one big challenge in this space. Like, so remember when we were talking about that, how we need different features as input to be able to predict something. Now, the biggest challenge comes is, let's say if I have certain symptoms, how do I list down all the symptoms or variables which is input? Like, so for example, somebody has fever, so it's just having fever does not mean they will just get one drug. Fever with some history, or what are the other symptoms, what's happening inside, all those inputs are required to get the best medicine or the most appropriate medicine. Okay, and that input is not present everywhere. So that's why, like, automating that completely is slightly difficult. So for example, like now when you go to hospital, like, hospital, the doctor is going through all the symptoms, going through all the opinions, like how you are feeling, you are telling her, right? Then doctor is also having clinical history that, what happened earlier and what happened. Then doctor is sometimes ask you to do certain tests, like blood test and thing. Then doctor asks you to do certain radiology scans or other tests also. So doctor is taking inputs from 5 to 6 different streams, and then collecting that information, and then based on that determining, like, what you have, and based on that doctor is suggesting that, you should take particular drug or not. Now, collecting all these signals or all these symptoms in regular scenario, like if you want to use artificial intelligence without doctor, is difficult, and they should be, but even if you collect them, it should be consistent. Let's say even if you find a way that, everybody can get their MRI scan done, everybody can get their blood test done, they give their pulse rate, BP, etc., symptoms, temperature, etc., and based on that give me the what should be the medicine. So doing that itself is difficult, because everything is not consistent. You take 2 SpO2 meters of 2 companies, they both will give you different readings, right? So it can change your prescription. Now, this is a challenge if you want to predict the medicine for each of the patient for different scenario. Same thing, the same challenge is applicable in drug adverse reaction as well. Now, similar, like how I talked about 6-7 different inputs, like similarly there will be a few more inputs which will be required to understand what could be the reason where the drug would have adverse effect or not. Now, having all those history and all the inputs in a streamlined manner, in a consistent standardized way for each of the patient, if we start getting it, first we need to get that, then based on that you need to train the model. And then after that, when you use it in the real life scenario, that time the whoever patient is using it, they need to give inputs in the same standardized and consistent manner and at the same scale. Then only your model, which had learned, will give you the right results. And here, problem are twofold. First, when you want to train the model, for that also the data is not consistent. You will try to get data from 10 different sources. They will all using different standards, different metrics, calibration, everything will be different. So training that model is hard, not impossible, but hard. And similarly, when you want to use it in real life scenario, at that time also, if you want, at that time also, you doing it, getting the input in more consistent and standardized way is like, difficult that way. So both ways it becomes difficult. But if you want to do it, like, what we need to do is like, have some sort of standardization. We can't do it even for like extreme diseases, but what people have started doing is at least take minor diseases, like if somebody is cold or like, little fever or like, pain in the hand or something like that. So something which are low risk diseases. There, what they are trying to do is they are trying to create these standardized signals. They, if you go to their app, yeah, or what they do is they say, sit in this light, eat this much, then take your weight, then take your temperature and things. So they are trying to standardize that, if you give me these inputs in this way, then I can prescribe you these medicines or something. So they are doing it in low risk diseases and high risk diseases or high risk medicines, as you said, like, drug reaction, etc. It's still not there yet. Like, for these kind of things, you need accurate models which are accurate up to like 99.9%. Like, because even if you take even if it's 99%, it's like 1% people will just get wrong medicine that way. So that way it becomes very challenging. But sometimes, so people are doing that way. For low risk diseases, they are able to do it that way, that, even if something goes wrong, it will not have that much impact. Other thing which people have done is in controlled environment. Let's say you are running a very large hospital. Let's say Andhra University has a medical hospital, and there you have standardized all the processes, how the input is being taken, like all the heartbeat, monitor, blood pressure, weight, temperature, all these clinical history. Also, you are quantified and you have the data, and you get this data for, let's say, 10 years for the patient. You get this data, train the then and keep collecting like how it affects the patient, how it changes everything. Once you have, because the input you have standardized, then standardizing output becomes possibility. You do this data on that. After that, for all the new patients, using that trained model, you can actually try to predict at least who are coming on the same hospital, because there, your input is still in the same consistent format. So in those cases, you can do it. So people who have been able to do it, either they are doing in controlled environment, as in like, one setting of hospital or something, or for low risk diseases only.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And we stop the session here.
Sure.
Namaste.
Namaste. Thanks everyone for having me. Have a wonderful day and enjoy the day. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye. Dear delegates, in the afternoon, we have our third session on fourth day of AICTE ATAL Academy 5-day faculty development program. Leadership Skills Happiness Index by Mr. Vishnu Bharadwaju, Director, Industry Solutions, Microsoft. I request all of you to join the session at 2:55 again. Thank you so much.